Let me tell you something about the woods, especially the ones up near the old Blackwood National Forest. I'm an arborist by trade, have been for over 20 years now since I was fresh out of college, green as the saplings I was paid to prune. My name's Ben Carter, and I know trees. I know their bark, their leaves, their roots, and what they say when the wind whispers through them. I know the quiet hum of a healthy forest, and I can tell when something's off. That's what makes what happened to me so hard to shake. It wasn't just some city kid getting spooked by a squirrel. This was different. It was late autumn, almost winter, when the storm hit. Not just a drizzle or a bluster, but a real Goliath, wind howling like a banshee and rain coming down in sheets that turned the logging roads into muddy rivers. Power was out for days in the nearest town, Willow Creek, a place so small you could blink and miss it. When the weather finally broke, the Forest Service got the call. There was a major blockage on one of the old fire trails, deep in a section of untouched old growth. A giant, a Douglas fir, probably 1,000 years old, had finally given up the ghost. Normally, this would be a sad sight, but not one that would send shivers down your spine. Trees fall. It's the cycle of life in the woods. But this one was different. My crew was tasked with clearing it. Just me and my partner, Dave, that day. Dave's a good man, steady, not easily rattled. We worked together for years. He handled the heavy machinery. I did the precise cuts, the diagnostics, the stuff that needed a trained eye. We packed our gear, chainsaws, axes, a couple of bottles of water, and some sandwiches. It was an hour's drive in the old Ford pickup just to get to the trailhead, then another good 20 minutes of careful maneuvering on the washed-out track. The air was still cold and damp when we finally got out of the truck. The ground squelched under our boots. Every leaf was heavy with moisture, and the scent of wet earth and pine was thick in the air. Overhead, the sky was a bruised purple, promising more rain, but for now it held. We walked the last quarter mile to the site, following the path of destruction the fallen giant had carved. Smaller trees were snapped like matchsticks, ferns were flattened, and the ground was churned up. When we saw it, my breath hitched a little. It was enormous. Even on the ground, its sheer mass was humbling. The trunk was wider than Dave's truck, scarred and gnarled from centuries of living. But the storm hadn't just blown it over, it had shattered it. The impact of its fall had split the trunk lengthways, right down the middle, like a giant log had been cleaved open with an invisible axe. And that's where the unease started. Dave whistled low and slow. Well, I'll be damned. Look at that splintering. Never seen anything quite like it. I nodded, not really hearing him. My eyes were fixed on the exposed heartwood. It was a smooth, uniform expanse of pale wood. My job for decades has been reading trees. Every ring tells a story. Years of drought, seasons of plenty, the exact age of the tree. It's like a biological clock etched in wood. But this one, this magnificent, ancient beast that must have stood for longer than any human empire, it had nothing. No rings. The exposed wood was perfectly smooth, an unnaturally uniform texture that defied everything I knew about dendrology. It was like someone had taken a pencil and erased all the lines, leaving just a blank page. The air suddenly felt colder, despite the exertion of the hike. A prickle started on the back of my neck. It was the first moment, the first tiny crack in the rational world I thought I knew. It wasn't just a fallen tree anymore. It was something else entirely. Dave, usually so unflappable, just blinked. His mouth opened, then closed. He looked from the smooth, pale expanse of wood to me, then back again. No rings, he finally managed, his voice a low rumble, laced with disbelief. Ben, you kidding me? 1,000-year-old tree and it's blank. I shook my head, my gaze still glued to the shattered trunk. I wish I was Dave. I've never seen anything like it. Not in all my years. Every tree has rings. It's how they live, how they grow. It's their history. The words felt inadequate, hollow, against the vast, unsettling reality before us. Dave slowly walked closer, stepping around a tangle of broken branches. He reached out a gloved hand hesitantly and touched the exposed wood. He rubbed his thumb over the surface, a frown deepening on his face. "It's smooth," he muttered, almost to himself. "Like polished stone, but it's wood, just no grain, no nothing." He tapped it lightly with his knuckles. The sound wasn't the dull thud of old timber, nor the crisp snap of fresh-cut pine. It was a peculiar, almost resonant thunk, like hitting something solid and dense, but not quite organic. The prickle on my neck intensified, crawling up into my scalp. This wasn't just an oddity, it was an affront to nature, a violation of the fundamental rules of the forest. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation. A rare genetic mutation, some unknown disease. But no, a tree of this size, living for centuries, would have shown some rings, some pattern of growth. This was absolute, perfect blankness. "Let's get some samples," I said, my voice sounding a little too tight, even to my own ears. "Maybe under a microscope we'll see something." It was a desperate hope, a lifeline to the scientific, predictable world I inhabited. Dave nodded, still looking bewildered. "Yeah, samples. What kind of samples?" "Just chips, shavings, whatever we can get without disturbing it too much for now," I replied, grabbing my smaller, handheld chainsaw from my pack. My regular forestry tools felt inadequate, almost disrespectful in the face of this anomaly. As I approached the exposed trunk, a faint, almost imperceptible hum reached my ears. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant drone of an insect. It was low, steady, and seemed to emanate directly from the wood itself. I paused, tilting my head. "You hear that?" I asked Dave. He stood still, listening. "Hear what?" "Just the quiet Ben, still as a tomb out here." I frowned. Was it just my imagination, my senses, heightened by the strangeness of the situation, playing tricks on me? I dismissed it, for now. Maybe the sheer size of the fallen trunk was creating some kind of acoustical effect. I carefully started my chainsaw. The engine roared to life, a familiar, comforting sound, but even it seemed to grate against the silence of the forest in a way it usually didn't. I pressed the blade to the smooth surface. The wood resisted, not in the way hard oak resists, but with a strange, almost rubbery give, followed by a sudden, jarring bite. Sawdust, fine and pale, sprayed outwards, but it felt different. It wasn't the coarse, fragrant dust of typical wood. It was almost powdery, scentless, and clung to my gloves like fine talc. I cut a small block, maybe 6 inches square, from the edge of the exposed face. It took longer than it should have, and the saw vibrated oddly in my hands. When the block finally came free, it felt strangely light, almost hollow, despite its density. I looked at the fresh-cut side, still perfectly blank. No rings, no grain, nothing but uniform, pale wood. It was chilling. Dave came over, curiosity battling with his ingrained practicality. "Well." I held up the block, still nothing, and it feels weird, not like wood at all. He took it from me, turning it over in his hands, his brows furrowed. "It's cold," he observed, "even though the sun's been trying to break through." He squeezed it, then tapped it again. "And it's not fibrous, it's homogeneous, like it was poured into a mold, not grown." That was it, poured into a mold. That captured the unsettling truth perfectly. This tree hadn't grown, or at least not in any way we understood. "We need to get this to a lab," I said, putting the sample carefully into a thick plastic bag I pulled from my pack. "This changes everything we know about dendrology, about biology, about trees." Dave sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. You think anyone's gonna believe us, Ben? Found a tree, boss. It's got no rings and it hums. They'll think we've been sniffing too much two-stroke exhaust. He had a point. Our initial report would be met with skepticism, if not outright ridicule. But this was too important to ignore. We have to try. At the very least, we report the obstruction and the need for specialized equipment. We don't have the tools to deal with this, not if it's acting this strange. We spent another hour examining the fallen giant, moving slowly around its immense length. The splintering that had opened it up was also unusual. The breaks were too clean, too precise, not the ragged tear you'd expect from a natural fall. It was as if the tree had split along an invisible seam. The surrounding smaller trees, snapped like matchsticks, seemed to have been affected by something more than just blunt force. Their wood looked desiccated, almost crystallized at the point of breakage. My eyes scanned the area. The ground around the base of the fallen tree, where the roots had torn free, was also strange. The soil was loose, sandy, almost devoid of organic matter, a stark contrast to the rich, dark earth typical of old-growth forests. And the roots themselves, they were thick, rope-like, but lacked the intricate branching pattern of a normal root system. They seemed to simply plunge deep, like anchors, without the fine network of feeder roots that draw nutrients from the soil. How had this behemoth sustained itself? As we continued our inspection, the air grew noticeably colder, even though the bruised purple sky overhead seemed to lighten slightly. A faint mist began to coil around the base of the fallen trunk, clinging to the low-lying ferns. It wasn't the usual ground fog. It felt heavier, almost metallic. Getting chilly, isn't it? Dave rubbed his arms. Feels like the temperature just dropped 20 degrees in 5 minutes. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter. It wasn't just the cold. It was an invading chill that seemed to seep into my bones, a cold that had nothing to do with the outside air. And then I heard it again. The hum. This time it was louder, a distinct, low thrumming that vibrated through the soles of my boots. There it is, I said, my voice urgent. You hear it now, Dave. He stood frozen, his head cocked to one side, his eyes widened slightly. Yeah, he breathed, I hear it. What the hell is that? The hum seemed to originate from the exposed wood, radiating outwards. It felt like a low-frequency vibration, like standing next to a silent, massive generator. It was unnerving, a sound that shouldn't exist in a forest. Then the mist began to swirl, not gently, but with a deliberate, almost internal motion. It seemed to concentrate around the raw, exposed surfaces of the split trunk. The air filled with an acrid, metallic scent, like ozone after a lightning strike, mixed with something else, something subtly sweet and sickly, like decaying flowers. Dave instinctively stepped back, bumping into me. Okay, Ben, this ain't right. Not at all. We need to get out of here. His voice was tight with genuine fear, a tone I'd rarely heard from him. My own fear was a cold knot in my stomach, but my arborist's curiosity was a powerful, almost irresistible pull. This was impossible, and yet it was happening right in front of me. I wanted to understand. I needed to understand. Just a little longer, I urged, taking a step forward. The hum intensified, a deeper throb now, and the mist thickened, obscuring the far end of the fallen trunk. It was like the tree was breathing, exhaling this strange, cold vapor. As I watched, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Within the swirling mist, just above the exposed wood, something seemed to shift. It was fleeting, like a trick of the light, but it made my blood run cold. A distortion, a ripple in the air, as if the very fabric of reality was being stretched and released. Ben, Dave's voice was sharp, pulling me back. Look at the bark. I tore my eyes from the shifting mist and looked at the intact bark on the underside of the trunk. It was thick, gnarled, deeply furrowed, as it should be for an ancient Douglas fir. But as I watched, an impossible thing happened. The furrows seemed to deepen, to twist, to writhe, as if the bark itself was alive. The lines shifted, forming fleeting, intricate patterns that defied the slow, geological pace of tree growth. They were geometric, almost fractal, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was like the tree was reorganizing itself. "What in God's name?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The patterns in the bark pulsed with a faint internal light, a pale greenish-blue glow that shone through the cracks and fissures. The hum escalated into a resonant vibration that vibrated through my entire body, making my teeth ache. The metallic smell grew stronger, almost overpowering. Then from deep within the exposed heartwood, a sound emerged. It wasn't the crack of splitting timber, nor the rush of sap. It was a low, mournful sigh, a drawn-out, guttural expulsion of air that seemed to carry an immense weight of ancient sorrow. It was the sound of something vast, something impossibly old, awakening. The mist swirled violently, coalescing into denser tendrils that snaked across the ground. The air grew heavy, almost viscous, and my lungs burned with each breath. The greenish-blue light pulsed faster, brighter, revealing more of the impossible patterns on the bark. They weren't just lines, they were symbols, intricate and alien, etched into the very surface of the tree. "We need to go, Ben, now," Dave was shouting, his hand on my arm, tugging me backwards with surprising force. His face was pale, his eyes wide with stark terror. My scientific curiosity was warring with a primal instinct to flee, and for a moment I was paralyzed, caught between the rational and the utterly insane. But the sheer intensity of the phenomena, the undeniable physical sensation of the hum and the alien cold, finally tipped the scales. This was beyond anything I could comprehend, let alone control. I stumbled back with Dave, our boots squelching in the mud, as the light from the tree pulsed one last, blinding burst of greenish blue. A crackling sound like static electricity on an enormous scale ripped through the air, and then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The hum faded, the light vanished, the mist dissipated, leaving only the damp, chill air and the lingering metallic scent. The bark, though still deeply furrowed, no longer writhed with impossible patterns. The forest fell back into its profound, unnerving silence. We stood there panting, side by side, staring at the inert, immense form of the fallen fir. It looked like just a tree again, a massive, ancient tree that had been split in two, but we knew better. We had seen, we had heard. What was that?" Dave finally managed, his voice a hoarse whisper. I shook my head, my mind reeling, struggling to process. I don't know, Dave. I have no idea. My hands were shaking, and I realized I was still clutching the plastic bag with the sample of blank wood. It felt strangely warm now, almost alive in my grip. "We can't stay here," Dave said, his eyes darting around the silent, suddenly menacing woods. "Not another minute. We're leaving, now." There was no arguing with him. The terror in his voice was raw and undeniable. I nodded, swallowing hard. The urgency in his tone was infectious. We turned and began to retrace our steps, moving faster now, not caring about the mud or the broken branches. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. The forest, once a place of comfort and familiarity, now felt alien and hostile, pregnant with unseen threats. We didn't speak again until we reached the truck. The old Ford pickup, usually just a functional workhorse, suddenly felt like a sanctuary. We practically dove into the cab, slamming the doors shut. Dave fumbled with the keys, his hands still trembling, and started the engine. The roar of the diesel was a welcome sound, a return to the mechanical, understandable world. As he maneuvered the truck back down the treacherous, muddy track, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that strange light pulsating in the distance, or the mist coiling around the colossal tree. But there was nothing, just the darkening, brooding forest, absorbing its secrets once more. The long drive back to Willow Creek was mostly silent. Dave gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles were white. I stared out the window, the images of the pulsing bark and the mournful sigh replaying in my mind. How could I explain this? How could we explain this? "We're going to have to report it, Ben," Dave said, breaking the silence as we finally hit a paved road, the first sign of civilization. His voice was calmer now, but still strained. "Everything we saw. They'll want to know why we didn't clear the trail." "I know," I replied, running a hand over my face. "But how do you report that? Giant tree, no rings, started glowing and making weird noises, then went back to normal." "They'll send someone out," he mused. "Another crew, what then?" "They won't find anything, not if it's gone dormant again," I said, looking at the plastic bag with the wood sample. "This is our proof, this sample and our word." Dave just grunted, shaking his head. "Our word against a 1,000-year-old tree that's behaving like something out of a sci-fi movie. Good luck with that." We decided to go straight to the Forest Service office in Willow Creek. It was a small, unassuming building, usually quiet at this time of day. Old Man Hemlock, the district supervisor, was still there, hunched over some paperwork. He was a gruff, no-nonsense type, a man who'd seen pretty much everything the woods could throw at him, or so we thought. "Carter Davies," he grunted, looking up as we walked in. "Trail cleared, good work. That fur was a big one, I heard." I put the plastic bag containing the wood sample on his desk. "Mr. Hemlock," I began, my voice steadying, "we have something unusual to report." He looked at the bag, then at my face, then at Dave, who was leaning against the doorframe, looking pale and resolute. His eyes narrowed. "Unusual how, Ben, you find a rare mushroom, or a yeti." He tried to make a joke, but the tension in the air was palpable. "No, sir," I said, "something far beyond that." I took a deep breath. "The Douglas fir that fell. It's unlike any tree I've ever encountered. It's exposed heartwood. It has no growth rings." Hemlock's eyebrows shot up. He picked up the bag, peered at the sample. He tried to scratch at it with a fingernail, but it seemed impossibly hard. He looked at me, a flicker of genuine bewilderment in his eyes. "No rings? Ben, you're an arborist, not a comedian. Every tree has rings." "Not this one," Dave chimed in, stepping forward. "And that's not all. The wood is strange, and it started to hum and glow, and the bark was moving." Hemlock put the sample down, slowly, his eyes fixed on us. The easygoing sarcasm had vanished, replaced by a wary suspicion. "Hum, glow, bark moving. Are you boys feeling all right? You've been out in the wild too long." "We're not crazy, sir," I insisted, my voice firm. "We both saw it. We both heard it. The tree, it's alive in a way that nothing in nature should be. It reacted to us." He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin. He was trying to process it, clearly struggling. "Ben, Dave, I appreciate you trying to embellish a story, but this is a serious obstruction. We need that trail cleared. This sounds like something out of a campfire tale." "Mr. Hemlock, I've got a sample right here," I said, pushing the bag closer to him. "Have it analyzed. Send someone with a geology background, a biologist, or a physicist for all I care. This isn't just wood. This is something else. He sighed, picking up the bag again, weighing it in his hand. He squinted at the smooth, pale surface. Okay, Ben, I'll humor you. I'll send this to the state lab in Blackwood City. But in the meantime, I need that trail cleared. This is causing significant disruption for the logging operations scheduled to come through that area next week. Sir, Dave interjected, we don't think standard equipment will cut it. This wood isn't normal. My saw was having trouble with just a small sample. Then you use bigger saws, Hemlock snapped, a hint of his old frustration returning. You're experienced, you're professionals, figure it out. This isn't some alien invasion, it's a big tree. His dismissive attitude was frustrating, but not unexpected. How do you explain the inexplicable? We hadn't been attacked, hadn't seen anything truly monstrous, just a tree that defied all logic. We need a day, sir, I pressed, at least, to figure out how to approach this. We can't just go at it with our regular chainsaws. We need to assess the properties of this material. Hemlock glared at us. A day, fine, but that's it. And if you boys are pulling my leg, there's going to be consequences. He picked up the phone. I'll make some calls about that sample, but I want a full report from you two tomorrow on how you plan to tackle this alien wood. We left the office feeling a mix of relief and profound unease. Relief that he hadn't completely dismissed us, unease that he hadn't fully believed us either, and the thought of going back into that deep, silent forest, back to that strange, dormant giant, filled me with dread. That night I couldn't sleep. The hum of the tree seemed to echo in my ears. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of the wind outside, sounded amplified, menacing. My mind kept replaying the glowing patterns on the bark, the mournful sigh. It was a phenomenon that screamed intelligence, not just some random natural occurrence. What was it? Why was it there? And what did it want? I pulled out my old dendrology textbooks, flipping through pages on tree anatomy, growth patterns, diseases. Nothing, absolutely nothing, came close to describing what we had witnessed. It was a gaping hole in my understanding, a void where scientific explanation should be. The next morning, Dave and I met for coffee at the diner in Willow Creek. The small town was slowly coming back to life after the storm, the scent of wood smoke and damp earth hanging in the air. We were both subdued, the events of yesterday still fresh and jarring. So what's the plan, Ben? Dave asked, stirring his coffee. We can't just walk back in there with our stills and pretend everything's normal. No, I agreed. We go back, but we go prepared. We're not going to try to cut it down today. We're going to observe, look for any changes, any clues. I pulled a map out, spreading it on the table. I want to map the area precisely. Check for anything unusual in the soil, the surrounding vegetation. Any changes in the electromagnetic field, if we can rig something up. I wasn't an electrical engineer, but I had a basic EMF detector I used for checking power lines near trees. It was a long shot, but worth trying. EMF detector, Dave raised an eyebrow. You really think this thing's putting out some kind of energy? It hummed, Dave, and it glowed. That's energy. I want to see if we can detect residual energy or if it's still emitting something, even dormant. We geared up differently this time. Along with our usual safety gear, we packed a high-resolution camera, a geological hammer, a Geiger counter, just in case, though I doubted radioactivity was the issue, and my basic EMF detector. We also brought a more extensive first aid kit. The unspoken assumption was that we might be walking into something dangerous. The drive back felt longer, the silence of the woods heavier. When we parked the truck and started the walk, the air was still, cold, and heavy with moisture, just as it had been the day before. The trail was exactly as we had left it, broken branches, churned earth, and the lingering scent of pine and something subtle, almost imperceptible now, but still there. The metallic, sweet smell. As we neared the site, my heart began to pound with a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. I gripped the EMF detector, holding it out in front of me. The needle remained steady at 0. For now, it was quiet. We arrived at the clearing where the giant lay. It was exactly as we had left it. The immense trunk, split down the middle, looked inert, an ancient relic of the forest. No hum, no glow, no shifting bark. The mist was gone. The raw, exposed wood was still smooth, pale, and utterly blank. "Well," Dave said, a nervous chuckle escaping him, "looks like it's back to being a regular, impossible tree." I didn't smile. "It's waiting," I murmured, more to myself than to him. "It's definitely waiting." We began our methodical observation. I took photographs from every angle, documenting the splintering, the strange roots, the desiccated appearance of the surrounding broken trees. Dave started mapping the immediate vicinity, noting soil types, rock formations, and the condition of other plant life. I walked along the length of the exposed heartwood, examining it closely. The surface was still uniformly blank. I ran my gloved hand over it. It felt cool, smooth, almost glassy. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was touching something that was simultaneously ancient and utterly alien. I held the EMF detector against the wood. Still nothing. The needle didn't budge. It seemed whatever energy had surged through the tree yesterday was gone, or perhaps simply undetectable by my primitive device. I checked the Geiger counter. Silent, no radiation. As I moved closer to the point where the tree's base had torn from the earth, I noticed something else. On the disturbed soil, nestled amongst the torn roots, were several small, dark stones. They weren't typical river stones or common forest rocks. They were perfectly smooth, almost spherical, and had a dull, obsidian-like sheen. They felt unnaturally cold to the touch. I picked one up. It was heavier than it looked, surprisingly dense. And as I held it, I felt a faint, almost imperceptible vibration, a subtle thrumming that seemed to mirror the deeper hum I had heard yesterday. My heart gave a lurch. Was this a piece of the tree itself, or something else entirely? "Dave, come look at this," I called out, my voice tight. He walked over, wiping mud from his hands. I showed him the stone. He took it, frowned, and tapped it against another one I'd picked up. The sound was a dull, heavy clink, like stone on stone. "What are these?" he asked. "Volcanic glass. Nothing like this around here. This isn't basalt." "No," I agreed, "and feel that, a faint vibration." He held it for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Yeah, I feel it, like a very low-frequency pulse, just barely there." He looked around the disturbed soil. "There are dozens of them, Ben, just under the surface, mixed in with the dirt and roots." We started digging carefully, using our hands and a small trowel. We unearthed more of the stones. Some were as small as marbles, others the size of golf balls, all perfectly smooth, dark, and subtly vibrating, and they were clustered around the point where the main root system had been ripped from the ground. It was then that I remembered something I'd read in an old geology text about the structure of certain crystalline formations, about the way some minerals could store and release energy, acting like natural batteries or resonators. But these weren't crystals. They were amorphous, smooth, and utterly uniform. "These must be connected to the tree," I speculated. They were at its base, integrated with its root system somehow. Maybe they're how it hums, how it stores energy. Dave picked up a larger stone, the size of a plum. He tried to chip it with his geological hammer. It resisted with an unnatural resilience. The hammer bounced off, leaving no mark. "This stuff is tough," he muttered. "Harder than anything I've ever seen." We continued to excavate, gently unearthing more of the mysterious stones. The deeper we dug, the colder the soil became, and as we pulled out more of the stones, an unsettling observation began to form in my mind. The root system of the fallen tree, which I had initially dismissed as merely rope-like, now appeared even stranger. It wasn't just simple, it was minimalist. There were no fine feeder roots, no intricate network. Just massive, thick conduits that plunged vertically into the earth, almost as if they were designed to tap into something deep below, rather than draw nutrients from the topsoil. And it was around these conduits that the stones were most abundant. "Look at this, Dave," I pointed to one of the exposed, thick roots. It was unlike any root I'd ever seen. The surface was smooth, almost metallic, with a faint, iridescent sheen. It wasn't fibrous or woody. It looked engineered. Dave knelt, examining it closely. He ran his hand over the surface. "It's not rotting," he observed. "No decay, and it's cold too, like the stones." It was as if the tree wasn't drawing water and nutrients from the soil in the conventional way. It was as if it was drawing something else. Energy. From what? From where? A new thought, a truly terrifying one, began to form in my mind. This wasn't a tree, not in the way we understood it. It was something that looked like a tree, something that mimicked a tree, but operated on entirely different principles. A living machine, perhaps, or something far older, far more alien. The sheer scale of the deception was staggering. To stand here for 1,000 years, to fool generations of foresters and scientists, to grow into a gargantuan specimen, and all the while be this. I looked at the massive, smooth, blank heartwood again. It was the face of a lie, a beautiful, grand, magnificent lie. "We need to go deeper," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "We need to see what's beneath this, what these roots are tapping into." Dave hesitated. "Deeper, Ben. We're not archaeologists. We don't have the gear for that. And frankly, this is starting to get way out of our pay grade." "I know," I admitted, "but we can't just leave it. Not now, we've seen too much. And what if this thing reactivates? What if it's dangerous?" The hum, the glow, the moving bark, it had felt like an awakening. And something that old, something that powerful, could be incredibly dangerous. "We can't just dig a trench by hand," Dave reasoned. "We need an excavator, heavy equipment. But if we tell Hemlock we need to dig a giant hole to see what this tree is really connected to, he'll really think we've lost our minds." "Then we don't tell him everything," I countered, a plan beginning to form. "We tell him we need to properly assess the stability of the root system before attempting to move such a massive obstruction. We tell him we need to dig around the base to ensure safety. It's a plausible cover story." Dave considered this, chewing on his lip. It's a flimsy cover story, but it might work. He's concerned about the logging schedule. If we frame it as a safety measure to prevent further delays, he might buy it. "Exactly," I said, feeling a surge of adrenaline. "We can argue that trying to move such a large, unusually resistant tree without understanding its root structure could lead to a catastrophic shift, damaging more of the forest, or worse, injuring a crew." It was a gamble, but it was our best shot. We couldn't just walk away. The mystery was too compelling, the implications too profound. This wasn't just a fallen tree. It was a doorway to something unknown, something that challenged the very foundations of our understanding of the natural world. We packed up the stones we'd found, carefully placing them in separate bags. They felt heavier now, or maybe it was just the weight of the realization settling upon us. We left the site, the forest around us silent and watchful. Back at the Forest Service office, Hemlock was already on the phone. He looked at us, impatient. Well, what's the plan? I laid out our revised strategy, carefully omitting any mention of glowing bark or humming wood. Mr. Hemlock, we've done an initial assessment. This tree's root system is highly unusual. It doesn't seem to be anchored in the conventional way. We're concerned that attempting to cut or move it with standard equipment could destabilize the surrounding area. There's a risk of further subsidence, or even a larger section of the forest floor collapsing if we disturb its unique anchoring. I gestured to the sample bag on his desk. The wood itself is incredibly dense and resists cutting in an unpredictable way. We believe that before we can safely clear the obstruction, we need to excavate around the base to understand the full extent of its root structure and how it's integrated with the subsoil. This is a safety precaution, both for the crew and for the integrity of the forest. Hemlock listened, his face impassive. He paced a bit, then stopped, tapping his pen on the desk. Excavation, that's going to take time, and equipment, specialized equipment. Yes, sir, I confirmed. We're talking about heavy machinery, a mini excavator at the very least, to get down deep enough without causing more disruption. It's an investment, but it's crucial for long-term safety and efficiency. He sighed, running a hand over his bald head. All right, Carter, Davies, you two are usually sensible. This better not be some elaborate scheme to get extra pay for a vacation. I'll authorize the equipment, but I want daily reports, and I want that trail clear within the week, understood? Understood, sir, I said, trying to keep the relief from my voice. We had bought ourselves time to dig, time to uncover. We spent the rest of the day coordinating the delivery of a small, tracked excavator to the remote site. It would be a slow, painstaking process to get it up the washed-out logging road, but for now, we had what we needed, permission and the tools to uncover the truth. The next morning, the air was crisp and cold, a thin layer of frost coating the forest floor. Dave and I drove the excavator as far as we could, then carefully offloaded it and began the slow, noisy crawl towards the fallen giant. The clatter and roar of the machine felt almost sacrilegious in the silent woods, but it was a necessary evil. When we reached the site, the tree still lay dormant, but the sheer scale of it and the knowledge of what it truly was still sent a shiver down my spine. The mist was gone, the hum was silent, but the memory of its awakening was vivid. Right, Dave said, wiping sweat from his brow after parking the excavator. You operate, I'll direct and keep an eye out. He was better with the controls, more practiced. My role would be observation, direction, and analysis of whatever we uncovered. Dave climbed into the excavator, the engine R. Dave climbed into the excavator, the engine rumbled to life, a familiar, powerful sound that offered a thin veil of normalcy. The day was crisp, the air still, and the forest, despite its beauty, felt like a silent, waiting observer. I stood a safe distance away, guiding him with hand signals, my eyes fixed on the base of the colossal trunk. This wasn't just about clearing a trail anymore. It was about tearing back a curtain. Dave began to dig slowly and carefully, starting at the edge of the disturbed earth where the tree had ripped free. The excavator's bucket bit into the soil, churning up damp earth and clumps of moss. At first, it was standard forest floor, rich with organic matter. But as he went deeper, the soil rapidly changed, becoming paler, more sandy, and remarkably sterile, just as I had observed yesterday. There were fewer worms, fewer insects, almost no signs of life beyond the superficial layer. It was as if the ground beneath the tree had been leached of all vitality. The first few scoops brought up more of the dark, smooth, vibrating stones. They were embedded in the soil, sometimes singly, sometimes in small clusters. We quickly stopped the machine to gather each one, examining it. Each stone was identical in texture and color, feeling unnaturally cold and dense, and emitting that faint, low-frequency hum I could now feel in my fingertips. Some were nestled directly against what we now loosely referred to as roots. These roots were the real enigma. They weren't the fibrous, branching structures I knew. Instead, they plunged almost vertically into the earth, thick and smooth with that strange metallic sheen. They were incredibly tough, deflecting the excavator's bucket with a jarring scrape. Dave had to be careful, using the edge of the bucket to pry around them, not directly attack them. It was like trying to dig around steel pipes, not living wood. "This is ridiculous," Dave grunted, clambering out of the cab for a moment. He walked over to one of the exposed roots, tapping it with his boot. "Feels like concrete covered in some kind of weird alloy. How is this even supposed to be a root?" "It's not," I replied, running my hand over the cold, unyielding surface. "Not in the biological sense. It's structural, maybe a conduit. It's anchoring something, channeling something." We continued, the rhythmic scrape and growl of the excavator slowly peeling back the layers of earth. We widened the trench, trying to expose more of the root system. The pattern was consistent, the strange conduits plunging downwards, surrounded by the dark, humming stones. The deeper we went, the colder the excavation became. A faint, almost imperceptible mist began to rise from the freshly disturbed soil, similar to the one we'd seen yesterday, but far less intense. It clung to the edges of the trench, a cold breath from below. By midday, we had dug a trench almost 8 feet deep around a significant portion of the tree's base. The scale of the root structure was immense. They weren't just a few thick pipes. They were a sprawling, interwoven network of these metallic-looking conduits, crisscrossing and merging, all plunging towards a central point deep below. And the black stones were everywhere, like a scattered, forgotten treasure. We had collected dozens of them, filling several canvas bags. As the sun began to arc towards the west, casting long shadows, Dave's bucket hit something with a much louder, more resonant thud. Not the grating scrape of the roots, but a solid, dull clang. "Whoa!" Dave shouted, pulling back on the controls. He cut the engine, and the sudden silence was jarring after hours of mechanical noise. What the hell was that? I rushed to the edge of the trench, peering down. The bucket had exposed a massive, flat surface, dark and smooth, far larger than any of the stones we'd found. It seemed to be a continuous slab, stretching horizontally beneath the network of thick roots. It was perfectly level, unnaturally so, given the chaotic nature of unearthed earth. "Looks like a platform," I whispered, my heart hammering in my chest. "Or a foundation." Dave carefully maneuvered the excavator again, gingerly scraping away more soil from around the discovery. The dark slab slowly revealed itself. It was massive, far wider than the excavator, and extended deeper into the earth than we had dug. Its surface was identical to the dark stones, smooth, obsidian-like, and utterly uniform. And as more of it was uncovered, I could feel the faint vibration growing stronger, a deep, pervasive thrumming beneath our feet. "This thing's huge," Dave said, his voice low with awe. "And it's not natural, Ben, not one bit. This is built." Built, that word hung in the air, heavy with implication. It confirmed my terrifying hypothesis. This wasn't a biological entity mimicking a tree. It was a constructed artifact, buried and disguised. The tree was just the visible tip of an unimaginably ancient, immense structure. We spent another hour clearing as much of the surrounding soil as we could by hand, carefully exposing more of the mysterious slab. The thick, metallic roots weren't just plunging around it, they seemed to merge into it, disappearing into fissures and seams on its surface. It was as if the slab was the source, and the roots were conduits drawing power or substance from it. As the last light of the day began to fade, a new phenomenon began. The exposed dark slab, which had been merely smooth and obsidian-like, now began to reflect the meager light in an unusual way. A faint internal glow, a deep pulsating violet, seemed to emanate from beneath its surface. It was subtle at first, like dying embers, but it steadily grew. The vibration intensified, no longer just a faint thrum, but a palpable tremor in the ground. "Ben," Dave said, his voice tight, "it's doing it again. It's waking up." The metallic, sweet scent, once faint, now returned with a vengeance, thick and cloying. The cold mist that had been clinging to the trench edges began to swirl more vigorously, rising from the depths of the excavation, illuminated by the growing violet glow from below. It was like watching a giant, subterranean heart begin to beat. My EMF detector, which had been silent all day, suddenly screamed to life. The needle shot to its maximum, vibrating wildly, its little speaker emitting a frantic whine. The very air around us crackled with an unseen energy. "EMF readings are off the charts," I shouted over the rising hum and the shriek of the detector. "This thing is radiating energy." The network of metallic roots where they met the dark slab began to pulse with the same violet light, as if lifeblood was flowing through them. The light climbed up the roots, towards the surface, towards the fallen trunk, and then the bark on the immense, inert trunk above us began to shift. It wasn't just the subtle weaving of lines we had seen yesterday. This time, the gnarled bark seemed to actively rearrange itself. Furrows deepened, then smoothed, then reformed into intricate, flowing patterns. They pulsed with an internal greenish-blue light, stark against the violet glow from below, a dizzying interplay of alien energies. The patterns were geometric, complex, almost dizzying in their alien beauty, constantly in motion, like a vast, organic data display. And then the sound, a low, resonant thrum, rising from the deep, not just a vibration now, but a harmonic tone that seemed to fill the entire clearing. It was deep, sonorous, and carried an immense weight, as if the very earth was groaning awake. It was not a natural sound. It was synthesized, alien, yet profoundly ancient. "Get back, Ben," Dave yelled, pulling me away from the edge of the trench. His face was etched with a terror I mirrored. The light was growing blinding, the hum unbearable, and the air felt thick, heavy, almost viscous. My lungs burned with the metallic, sweet scent. From the exposed heartwood of the fallen trunk, where it lay split open, the smooth, blank surface now began to subtly shimmer. Like heat haze over asphalt, but somehow colder, more deliberate. Within this shimmering, ephemeral shapes began to coalesce. Not patterns etched on the surface, but three-dimensional, translucent forms swirling and merging. They were indistinct, shifting, but I could make out suggestions of complex, geometric structures, like impossible machinery, turning and interlocking in an unseen dimension. The tree was no longer just a tree. It was a gateway, or a monitor, or a communication device. "It's opening," I yelled, barely audible over the cacophony of sound and light. My mind, despite the overwhelming fear, was struggling to comprehend, to categorize, to understand. A sharp, almost physical pain lanced through my head, coinciding with a sudden, intense burst of violet light from the subterranean slab. The ground vibrated violently, knocking me off my feet. Dave stumbled, too, but managed to keep his footing, his hand clamping onto my arm, pulling me away from the trench. As I struggled to stand, I heard it, a faint whisper, not through my ears, but directly inside my mind. It was a chorus of voices, ancient and melodic, yet distorted like a broken symphony. They spoke a language utterly alien, yet the intent was clear, a crushing weight of sorrow and immense, lonely power. It was a thought, not a sound, and it spoke of time, of patience, of waiting. Then the whisper vanished, replaced by a sudden, deafening crack that seemed to split the very air. The lights pulsed one final, blinding burst violet from below, greenish-blue from the bark, and the shimmering, indistinct forms in the heartwood flared like a dying star. The EMF detector shrieked one last time, then went silent, its battery likely fried. And then, as suddenly as it had erupted, it all ceased. The hum died, the lights vanished. The mist dissipated into the cool, still air. The patterns on the bark settled back into inert gnarling. The shimmering forms in the heartwood dissolved. The subterranean slab became a dull, dark, unreflective surface once more. The metallic, sweet scent faded to a barely perceptible trace. Silence, profound, absolute, terrifying silence. We lay on the forest floor, panting, hearts hammering, muscles screaming from the sudden shock. The lingering cold permeated everything. The air still tingled with residual energy, like after a violent electrical storm. What was that? Dave rasped, his voice raw, his eyes wide and unfocused. I pushed myself up, my head throbbing, trying to steady my trembling hands. I don't know, I whispered, the inadequacy of the words a bitter taste in my mouth. But it's not just a tree, Dave, it's a system, a vast, complex system, and we just woke it up again. The fear was overwhelming, a cold, hard knot in my gut, but it was mixed with an almost irresistible pull of fascination. We had peered into an abyss, and the abyss had looked back. We have to get out of here, Dave said, scrambling to his feet. His face was ghost white. Now we can't stay. I nodded, unable to argue. This wasn't just dangerous, it was utterly beyond our comprehension. We had a few more of the dark stones, our wrecked EMF detector, and the memory of alien whispers in our minds. That was enough, more than enough. We scrambled back into the excavator, Dave fumbling with the keys, his hands shaking so violently he almost dropped them. The engine roared to life, a comforting anchor in the returning silence of the woods. He spun the machine around, abandoning the trench and the massive dark slab to the deepening twilight. We left the excavator, too noisy and slow for our panicked flight, at the nearest wider point on the logging road, and practically ran the rest of the way to the truck. The drive back to Willow Creek was a blur of silent terror. Neither of us spoke, each lost in our own private horror. The image of the swirling, geometric patterns, the pulsating violet and greenish-blue light, the booming hum, and the alien whispers were seared into my mind. I could still feel the faint echoes of that profound sorrow, that ancient waiting in the back of my skull. When we finally reached the edge of town, the familiar lights and sounds were a shocking comfort. We didn't go to the Forest Service office. Hemlock's skepticism would be a mockery now. We needed a different kind of help. We pulled up to my small, isolated cabin on the outskirts of Willow Creek. It was rustic, familiar, usually a sanctuary. Tonight it felt vulnerable, exposed. We piled out, Dave still pale and shaken. I immediately started a fire in the wood stove, the crackle and warmth, a desperate attempt to fend off the lingering cold that seemed to cling to us. "We can't tell Hemlock any of this," Dave said, pacing the small living room. "He'll have us committed, or worse, he'll send another crew in there unsuspecting. And then what?" "No," I agreed, stoking the fire. "Not Hemlock, not anyone in the Forest Service. They wouldn't understand. They couldn't." I looked at the bags of dark stones we'd brought in, sitting on my kitchen table, inert and mysterious. We need someone who deals with the inexplicable, someone who isn't afraid of what they can't explain with a textbook. "Who's that, Ben? The X-Files?" Dave asked, a bitter laugh escaping him. "This isn't a movie. This is real. This thing, it's ancient, it's powerful, and it's right outside our back door." I pulled out my old flip phone, no smart devices for me in the woods, and scrolled through my contacts. I had one number, given to me years ago by an old professor, a quirky botanist who had a sideline in fringe science and esoteric mysteries, Dr. Eris Thorne. He was retired now, living in some obscure university town, but I remembered him mentioning a network of like-minded individuals, people who investigated unexplained phenomena. It was a long shot, a desperate one, but we had nothing else. "I know a guy," I said, my voice thin. "Or, at least, I know a guy who knows a guy." I called the number. It rang several times before an old, reedy voice answered. "Thorne," it rasped. "Dr. Thorne, it's Ben Carter," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The arborist from Blackwood National Forest. You remember me." A pause. "Carter, my boy, still sniffing bark, are we? What can I do for an old tree hugger like yourself? Haven't heard from you in, 15 years? "Dr. Thorne, I've found something," I began, the words tumbling out. "Something extraordinary, something that defies every principle of dendrology, geology, even biology. Something that hums and glows and moves, and has a massive, unknown structure buried beneath it." Another pause, longer this time. Ben Thorne's voice was suddenly devoid of its previous joviality, replaced by a cautious, almost clinical tone. "You're not prone to exaggeration. What exactly have you found?" "An ancient Douglas fir, sir. 1,000 years old minimum, but it has no growth rings. Its wood is uniform, dense, and feels alien. We dug around its roots and found a colossal, dark, vibrating slab of unknown material covered in crystalline-like stones. And it awakened, emitted energy, patterns of light, and there was a voice, a whisper in my head." Dave, listening intently, nodded emphatically. Thorne was silent for a long moment. Then, a voice, inside your mind. "Yes, sir, ancient, full of sorrow and power." It spoke of waiting. "Curious," Thorne murmured. "Very curious indeed. Where exactly is this specimen, Ben?" I gave him the coordinates, the general location. He didn't ask about official channels, about reporting to the Forest Service. He just listened. "I may know precisely who to contact, Ben," Thorne finally said. "This sounds familiar, disturbingly so. Do not, under any circumstances, return to that site without further instruction. Do not touch anything else. Do not speak of this to anyone, not a soul. Understand?" "Understood, sir," I replied, feeling a faint flicker of hope. "What do we do now?" "Wait," Thorne instructed. "I'll make some calls. I'll get back to you within 24 hours. Be prepared to travel, perhaps quickly." He hung up. We were left in the silent cabin, the fire crackling, the bags of cold, inert stones on the table, and the chilling echoes of a forgotten world in our minds. Waiting. That was all we could do. The next day was a blur of anticipation and restless anxiety. Dave and I stayed at my cabin, barely eating, just staring at the phone, jumping at every sound. We went over the events of the past 2 days countless times, trying to piece together the impossible, to find some shred of rational explanation. There was none. Late that afternoon, my phone rang. It was Thorn. "Ben, I've made contact," he said, his voice clipped and serious. "A small team will be arriving in Willow Creek. They're discreet and highly specialized. They operate under no official banner you would recognize. They'll be there by nightfall. Expect a dark, unmarked SUV, perhaps a truck. 2 people, maybe 3. Identify yourselves with the phrase Blackwood Sentinel. They'll respond with ancient root. You will then take them directly to the site." "Do you still have those stone samples?" "Yes, sir," I said, gesturing to the bags on the table. "Good, they'll want those. Now, Ben, a word of caution. These are not academics. They are investigators. Scientists, yes, but also pragmatists. They deal with things that lie far outside the accepted understanding of the world. They will be professional but direct. Tell them everything, exactly as you told me. Do not omit any detail, no matter how unbelievable." "Understood," I said, my heart pounding. This was it. We were no longer alone with our impossible secret. "And Ben," Thorne added, his voice dropping slightly, "be prepared for anything. If this is what I suspect, you have stumbled upon something truly profound and potentially very dangerous." He hung up. Dave and I packed a few essentials: warm clothes, headlamps, some basic field gear, and the bags of stones. We filled a thermos with coffee. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. We watched the winding logging road from my front porch, bundled in our jackets, the cold biting at our exposed skin. As darkness settled over the woods, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance, growing steadily brighter. It wasn't the usual beat-up local trucks. This was a dark, almost menacing SUV, polished and silent, moving with an air of purpose. It pulled up to my cabin, its engine barely audible. 2 figures emerged. One was a woman, tall and slender, dressed in practical dark clothing. Her hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and her eyes, even in the dim light, seemed sharp, intelligent, and unsettlingly calm. The other was a man, equally understated, with a lean build and a quiet demeanor. He carried a heavy-looking backpack. Both moved with an efficient grace, betraying a sense of training and experience. I stepped forward, Dave a step behind me. "Blackwood Sentinel," I said, my voice a little hoarse in the cold night air. The woman's gaze was direct, unwavering. "Ancient root," she replied. Her voice was low, measured, and held a hint of an accent I couldn't place. "I am Agent Kale. This is Agent Reese." She gestured to the man. "Dr. Thorne said you had a compelling anomaly for us." "More than compelling," Dave muttered, rubbing his arms. "It's terrifying." Kale's eyes flickered to Dave, then back to me. "Lead the way, Mr. Carter, and tell us everything from the beginning. No detail is too small." I opened the door to the SUV. It was surprisingly spacious, filled with an array of equipment I didn't recognize: specialized monitors, strange cases, even a few high-tech weapons. This wasn't the Forest Service. This was something else entirely. The drive was quiet, save for my recounting of the past few days. I spared no detail, describing the blank wood, the hum, the glow, the moving bark, the alien patterns, the subterranean slab, the dark stones, the strange roots, the terrifying whisper in my mind, the overwhelming sense of sorrow and ancient waiting. Agent Kale and Agent Reese listened in silence, their faces impassive, occasionally exchanging a glance. They asked no questions, offered no judgments. Their stillness was unnerving, yet also strangely reassuring. They weren't dismissing us, they were absorbing. When I finished, Kale turned to me. "The samples, Mr. Carter." I handed her the bags of stones. She took them, her gloved fingers brushing against mine. The contact was brief, but I could feel the cold emanating from the stones even through the bag and her glove. She passed them to Reese, who meticulously opened each bag and examined the contents with a small, pen-sized light. He nodded almost imperceptibly. "You mentioned a precise location, Mr. Carter," Kale said. "Can you navigate us in the dark?" "Yes," I affirmed. "I know these woods like the back of my hand, even this section." We continued the drive, the powerful SUV handling the rough logging road with ease. The deeper we went, the darker and more oppressive the forest became. My own apprehension, which had dulled slightly in the presence of these professional operatives, began to return with full force. We were going back. Finally, I directed Reese to park the SUV a quarter-mile from the clearing. "We'll have to walk the rest of the way," I said. "The trail's too rough here for even this vehicle." We geared up in the cold night air. Kale and Reese wore specialized tactical vests, carrying an array of devices that glowed with faint, unfamiliar lights. Reese strapped on a large backpack that seemed to contain a portable lab. Their professionalism was stark against our own fear. "Mr. Carter, Mr. Davies," Kale said, her voice barely a whisper in the silent woods. "Be prepared. Whatever this entity is, it may react to our presence. Follow our light, do not stray." We began the walk, the crunch of our boots on dead leaves the only sound. The forest was utterly still, the air heavy with cold and the scent of damp earth. My EMF detector was still fried, but I wished I had another. I could feel the subtle energy building, a faint prickle on my skin, a pressure in my ears. As we neared the clearing, a faint, almost imperceptible violet glow became visible through the trees. It pulsed softly, a slow, rhythmic beat in the heart of the forest. The metallic, sweet scent was stronger now, mixed with the damp earth. "It's active," Reese murmured, pulling a small, handheld device from his vest. Its screen glowed with complex, shifting data. Low-level energy emission, localized temporal distortion, field present, minimal yet stable. "Temporal distortion," Dave whispered, his eyes wide. Kale silenced him with a glance. "Proceed with extreme caution." We broke through the last line of trees and entered the clearing. The sight was even more unnerving in the darkness. The immense, fallen trunk lay there, inert on the surface, but the deep trench we had dug was a chasm of soft, pulsing violet light. The glow emanated from the exposed subterranean slab, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and stretched across the forest floor. The metallic roots, where they merged with the slab, pulsed with the same soft light, like veins of alien energy. The air thrummed with a low, deep vibration, subtle but palpable, a prelude to the overwhelming symphony we had experienced before. The cold was profound, a bone-deep chill that seemed to radiate from the very ground. Agent Kale moved with an almost unnerving grace, pulling out a pair of specialized binoculars. She scanned the entire area, her gaze lingering on the bark of the fallen trunk. "No surface activity yet," she reported, her voice calm and steady, despite the impossible scene before us. "But the subterranean signature is strong." Reese began setting up a tripod, attaching a complex array of sensors and emitters. He moved with practiced efficiency, his focus absolute. "EMF readings increasing steadily," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. "Gravitational anomalies detected within a 10-meter radius of the slab. Subatomic particle emission present type unknown, but consistent with an extra-dimensional bleed-through. Extra-dimensional bleed-through, I repeated, my mind struggling to grasp the words. Kale turned to me, her eyes unreadable in the violet light. Mr. Carter, Mr. Davies, what you have found is not merely a natural anomaly. It is a conduit, a bridge, and it is connected to something vast, something outside. She walked to the edge of the trench, peering down at the pulsing slab. The tree is merely a biological interface, a camouflage. Its true purpose lies beneath. It is a relay, a beacon, a point of ingress for something that has been waiting for a very, very long time. Reese finished setting up his equipment. The monitors on his portable station flickered with intricate patterns and glowing lines of data. Energy signature building, he reported. The temporal distortion field is widening, stabilizing. We are nearing peak activation, similar to what Mr. Carter described. Peak activation, Dave stammered, his eyes darting from the pulsing trench to Kale. You mean it's going to wake up again? Precisely, Kale said, her voice betraying no fear, only a clinical assessment. And this time we will be ready to observe, to record, and to, perhaps, interact. Interact, the word sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. The whisper I had heard, the sorrow, the waiting. What if it was waiting for us? The hum began to grow, deeper and more resonant, vibrating through the soles of our boots. The violet glow from the slab intensified, bathing the entire clearing in an otherworldly light. The mist, thicker than ever, began to swirl, coiling into ethereal tendrils that writhed above the trench. The metallic, sweet scent became almost suffocating. Then, just as before, the bark on the fallen trunk began to stir. The gnarled furrows shifted, twisting and reforming into those complex, geometric patterns, pulsing with that internal greenish-blue light. It was a dizzying, hypnotic display, a silent language unfolding before our eyes. And from the smooth, blank heartwood, the shimmering began. The air above it warped, distorting, and within the distortion, translucent forms began to coalesce. This time, however, they were clearer, more defined. They were not just vague shapes, they were intricate, crystalline structures, constantly reforming, interlocking, and rearranging. They were vast, abstract machines, operating in a silent, unseen space, reflecting light in impossible ways. It was like looking into the heart of a colossal, alien clockwork. The hum was now deafening, shaking the very earth. The EMF meters on Reese's console maxed out, and the air around us crackled with an unseen, immense power. The cold was absolute, piercing, stealing the warmth from our bones. And then the whisper, not just in my mind this time, but a faint, reverberating echo that seemed to a man come from the entire clearing, yet still sounded internal. It was that chorus of ancient voices, melodic yet distorted, speaking in an alien tongue. This time, however, the sorrow was more acute, the waiting more poignant. It wasn't just a communication, it was an emanation of immense, unbearable loneliness. Kale stood at the edge of the trench, completely unmoving, her eyes fixed on the spectacle, her face illuminated by the pulsing light. Reese, meanwhile, was frantically adjusting his equipment, capturing every surge of energy, every temporal ripple. Gravitational distortion rapidly expanding, Reese shouted over the roar of the hum. Temporal field stabilizing at 0.985. Expect full dimensional breach imminently. Dimensional breach, Dave cried, his voice laced with pure panic. You mean something's coming through. As if in answer, the shimmering forms within the heartwood intensified, becoming almost solid, twisting into a more recognizable, albeit still abstract, form. It was colossal, geometric, and utterly alien. It was a gate. From deep within the newly formed portal, a sound emerged. Not a whisper, not a hum, but a low, guttural growl, followed by a series of sharp, rhythmic clicks, like some immense, mechanical insect stretching its limbs. The air grew impossibly heavy, tasting of ozone and something rotten, something ancient and putrid. Kale spoke, her voice surprisingly calm, almost hypnotic in the face of the emerging horror. It's opening. The gateway is stable. Reese, prepare the dampeners. We will observe for 30 seconds, then contain the breach. The violet light from the slab below surged, blindingly bright. The entire fallen tree, from its roots to its bark to its exposed heartwood, pulsed as one, a vast, alien engine roaring to life. The patterns on the bark writhed with dizzying speed. The crystalline forms in the heartwood resolved themselves into a spinning vortex of light and shadow, the gateway. And from within the vortex, something began to emerge. A shadow, darker than the night, began to coagulate slowly, deliberately. It was massive, indistinct, yet its presence was terrifyingly clear. It felt ancient, malevolent, and impossibly patient. I could feel a cold tendril of pure dread reaching out from it, gripping my mind. It was the source of the sorrow, the waiting, but twisted into something horrifying. Reese moved with incredible speed, pulling a sleek, metallic device from his pack. It glowed with a faint red light. Dampeners ready, Agent Kale. Hold, Kale commanded, her eyes fixed on the emerging shadow. Just a few more seconds. We need a clear read on its form. The shadow solidified, its outline becoming sharper. It wasn't organic, not in any way I recognized. It was a shifting mass of sharp angles and impossible geometry, like something dreamed in a nightmare. It was massive, far larger than the tree, and it felt like pure hunger, pure cold. Then, from the depths of the forest, a new sound ripped through the overwhelming cacophony. Not from the tree, but from the darkness beyond. A high-pitched, piercing shriek, utterly feral, unlike anything I had ever heard. It was a sound of pure, unbridled rage and warning. Kale spun, her hand going to a weapon on her hip. "What was that?" she snapped, her composure finally breaking. The shriek was answered by another, and then another, echoing through the trees, closing in. Shadows moved rapidly in the periphery of the light, shapes that were too large, too fast to be any normal forest creature. They moved with a predatory grace surrounding the clearing. Reese's console suddenly blared with new alarms. New energy signatures detected. Multiple entities, high velocity, closing fast, not related to the primary anomaly. "Something else is here," Kale said, her voice grim, "and it's not friendly." The dark shape within the gateway, sensing the shift in the external environment, paused its emergence, its impossible geometry twitching, as if assessing the new threats. Suddenly, a massive, furred form, easily the size of a grizzly bear, burst from the tree line, illuminated briefly by the violet light. It was a creature of nightmare, lean, muscular, with eyes that glowed with an eerie green luminescence and a maw filled with dagger-like teeth. Its fur was matted, its limbs unnaturally long, ending in razor-sharp claws. It let out another ear-splitting shriek, not of warning, but of challenge. "Contact," Kale yelled, pulling her weapon. It wasn't a firearm I recognized, but it hummed with a low, energetic whine. "Reese, trigger the dampeners. We have hostile, non-anomalous entities." Reese slammed his hand onto a button. The device he held pulsed with a blinding red light, and a sudden, crushing wave of energy rippled outwards from the tree, accompanied by a high-pitched, agonizing whine that made my teeth ache. The violet light from the slab flickered, the green-blue patterns on the bark dissolved, and the shimmering gateway within the heartwood contracted, the monstrous shadow within recoiling slowly, painfully. The overwhelming hum died down to a faint, residual thrum. The cold abated slightly. But the creatures from the forest were still there, and they were enraged. Another of the monstrous, furred beasts launched itself into the clearing, followed by two more. Their green eyes were fixed on the tree and then on us. They were terrifying, utterly savage, and their shrieks filled the sudden void left by the dampening of the tree's energy. "They're guarding it," Dave shouted, his voice filled with a horrifying realization. "These things, they're its protectors." Kale didn't hesitate. Her weapon spat a beam of crackling blue energy, slamming into the chest of the lead creature. The beast roared, staggered, and then collapsed, its body spasming before falling. Before falling silent, a smoking, twitching heap on the forest floor. The metallic, acrid scent of ozone filled the air, briefly overpowering the cloying sweetness. But there were more. 3 more of the terrifying creatures were already in the clearing, their green eyes glowing with malevolent fury, their matted fur bristling. They let out guttural snarls, a sound that promised swift, brutal death. Their attention was split between the still recoiling gateway and us. They moved with unnatural speed, their long, clawed limbs propelling them across the rough terrain with shocking grace. "Form up," Kale barked, her voice cutting through the terror. She spun, her weapon raised, tracking the nearest beast. It was a blur of dark fur and green light, launching itself towards Reese and his vulnerable equipment. Reese, despite his scientific demeanor, moved with surprising agility. He dropped to one knee, pulling a smaller, more compact device from his vest. It looked like a sleek black baton. He pressed a button, and a shimmering, almost invisible force field, humming faintly, expanded from the device just as the first creature slammed into it. The beast bounced off with a sickening thud, its shriek turning into a frustrated roar. The force field rippled, holding firm. "Perimeter established," Reese shouted, maintaining the field with one hand, his other still flying across the controls of his main console, which continued to blare alarms. Gravitational anomalies localized to portal. Biosignatures confirmed hostile, non-anomalous, but highly aggressive. Another creature, massive and clearly enraged, charged directly at Kale. She held her ground, a picture of unflappable focus. Her weapon hummed, and another bolt of crackling blue energy slammed into the beast's shoulder. This one didn't drop immediately. It roared, twisting its body, but the impact sent it spinning sideways, disrupting its charge. Its claws scraped against the frozen ground, leaving deep gouges. Dave and I stood frozen, caught between the terrifying display of alien technology and primal savagery. We were utterly out of our depth. Our chainsaws and axes felt like twigs against these creatures, our experience with felling trees irrelevant. "Stay behind me," Kale commanded, her voice sharp as she took a defensive stance, guarding Reese and his equipment. Her eyes, cold and calculating, darted around the clearing, assessing the threats. The 2 remaining creatures were circling, their green eyes fixed on us, trying to find an opening. They were intelligent, not just mindless beasts. One of them feinted left, then lunged right, aiming for Kale's flank. She reacted with impossible speed, pivoting and firing. The blue energy beam struck the creature mid-leap, blasting it backwards. It hit the ground with a sickening crunch, whimpering but still alive, its matted fur smoldering where the beam had hit. The last beast, seeing its packmates incapacitated, hesitated for a fraction of a second, its green eyes flickering between us and the slowly dimming portal. It seemed torn between defending its ancient charge and fleeing. "It's retreating," Dave yelled, pointing as the creature suddenly turned and bolted back into the darkness of the trees, a fleeting shadow swallowed by the night. Kale didn't pursue. Her priority was clearly the portal. She scanned the tree line for any lingering threats, then turned back to Reese. Status report on the breach. Reese was already on it, his fingers dancing over his console. Dampeners are holding. Portal signature rapidly decaying. Gravitational anomalies decreasing. Estimated closure within 60 seconds. The violet glow from the subterranean slab was fading, becoming a dull internal pulse. The greenish-blue patterns on the bark of the fallen tree were dimming, almost still. The shimmering vortex in the heartwood was shrinking, the monstrous shadow within now almost entirely gone, absorbed back into the unknown dimension. The pervasive hum had lessened to a faint, residual thrum, a ghostly echo of its former power. Kale walked quickly to the trench edge, peering down. Reese maintained dampening field. Dave checked the fallen beast, any signs of exotic biology. I swallowed, forcing myself to move. My legs felt like lead, my hands still trembling. Dave, equally pale, moved with me. We approached the creature Kale had hit first. It was a grotesque sight. Its fur was singed and smoking, and the impact had visibly shattered bones. Its eyes, though still green, were glazed over with death. It's gone," Dave whispered, staring at the beast. I knelt, cautiously reaching out a gloved hand. The fur was coarse, stiff with old blood and dirt. The smell of ozone and burnt flesh was sickening. It felt solid, real, but the physiology was wrong. The limbs were too long, the musculature too dense, the bone structure almost alien. No obvious exotic biology, I reported to Kale, trying to keep my voice steady. Just highly evolved, aggressive predator. Its bone structure seems unusually dense, almost metallic. Kale nodded, still watching the portal. Consistent with indigenous guard species. Engineered for resilience and aggression, but ultimately biological. They adapt to high-energy environments. Reese chimed in. Portal closed. Dampeners disengaged. Residual energy signature is minimal. Gravitational anomalies have dispersed. We are stable. The last vestiges of the violet and greenish-blue light flickered out, plunging the clearing back into near-total darkness. Only the faint, ambient starlight and the glow from Reese's console provided illumination. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by our ragged breathing and the distant hoot of an owl. The air was still cold, still carried a faint, metallic tang, but the oppressive weight was gone. Kale turned, her expression unreadable in the dim light. Excellent work, Reese. Mr. Carter, Mr. Davies, your initial assessment was invaluable. We have confirmed the presence of an extra-dimensional conduit activated by a complex energy system and defended by a native, genetically modified species. Genetically modified, Dave finally found his voice, a squeak of disbelief. You mean these things aren't natural? Nothing about this site is truly natural in the conventional sense, Mr. Davies, Kale replied, her gaze sweeping over the inert fallen tree. The tree is a highly sophisticated biological-technological interface. The slab below is the true conduit. The stones you found likely act as energy storage or transmission nodes, possibly regulating the temporal distortion field. And these creatures were bred, or perhaps evolved through sustained exposure to the energies here, to protect it. She walked over to the edge of the trench and looked down at the now dark, smooth slab. This isn't merely a point of ingress, it's a gateway, and something was attempting to cross through it. The shadow, I murmured, the memory of the immense geometric form sending a fresh chill down my spine. What was it? Kale looked at me, her eyes piercing. That, Mr. Carter, is the question we are here to answer, and it is a question with potentially catastrophic implications. She took out a small metallic device, no bigger than her thumb, and pressed it against the surface of the fallen trunk. A faint click and then a faint blue light scanned the wood, signature matching primary conduit, analysis confirming rapid energy dissipation from organic interface. It will likely remain dormant for some time now, possibly hours, perhaps days. The dampeners caused a localized energy cascade disruption, forcing a system shutdown. Reese, meanwhile, had begun to meticulously collect his equipment, packing it back into his large backpack. His movements were precise, efficient. He picked up the dead creature, examining it briefly. We should take samples of this specimen, Agent Kale. A full biological workup could reveal its origins and capabilities. Agreed, Kale said. Collect tissue and bone samples. Ben, Dave, do either of you have appropriate tools for biological sampling? We had a small field kit with knives and sterile bags. It felt incredibly crude compared to their high-tech gear, but it would have to do. As Reese worked with a practiced, almost surgical detachment on the fallen creature, Kale turned her attention back to the trench. We need to understand the function of this slab and the energy it draws from, she instructed Reese. Full spectroscopic analysis, gravimetric readings, deeper penetration. We need to know what it's connected to. While Reese began deploying more specialized sensors into the trench, Kale came over to me. Mr. Carter, Mr. Davies, I understand this has been a deeply unsettling experience for you both. Your cooperation is vital. We cannot allow this discovery to fall into the wrong hands or to become a public spectacle. The consequences would be severe. Wrong hands? Dave asked, looking genuinely bewildered. Who else knows about this? What exactly is this, Agent Kale? She hesitated for a moment, then sighed, a rare display of something akin to weariness. This is not an isolated incident, Mr. Davies. Such conduits, or what we call emergence points, have been documented, though rarely on this scale or with such sophisticated camouflage. They are extremely rare and extremely dangerous. They represent points where the fabric of reality is thin, where other things can cross over. Other things, I pressed, a cold dread tightening its grip. Entities from other dimensions, she clarified, her voice flat. The shadow you saw was an advanced scout, or perhaps a fragment. It was seeking egress. These conduits are often established long ago, millennia, even eons. They lie dormant, waiting for conditions to align or for an external trigger. Your tree was merely the visible part of this ancient mechanism. And the voice, I asked, remembering the ancient sorrow, the crushing loneliness. Kale's gaze softened slightly, a flicker of something human in her otherwise impenetrable expression. The conduit itself may be a form of consciousness, or it may simply be relaying an ancient signal. The sorrow you felt, that is consistent with reports from other high-sensitivity individuals who have encountered active emergence points. It often carries a profound emotional weight, a lament perhaps for what has been lost or what is to come. So what's the plan now? Dave asked, looking from Kale to the eerie, dark trench. You just shut it down, and then what? Dig it all up. Shutting it down is a temporary measure, Kale explained. The energy signature indicates it can reactivate. Our objective is to understand its nature, its purpose, and ultimately to neutralize it permanently. Digging it up would be a monumental task and potentially unstable. We don't know what lies beneath that slab. We need to contain it, and that will require significant resources and personnel, far beyond what Reese and I can provide alone. But Dr. Thorne said you were part of a network, I prompted. Indeed, Kale confirmed. We represent an organization dedicated to the study and containment of such phenomena. A very small organization, operating in extreme secrecy. We are called the Aegis Initiative. Our mandate is to protect humanity from threats that lie beyond conventional understanding. Aegis Initiative. The name sounded like something out of a pulp novel, yet the reality was anything but fictional. We had stumbled into a secret war, fought in the shadows, against threats unimaginable. We need to establish a secure perimeter, Kale continued, speaking to Reese. Concealed cameras, motion sensors, full spectrum. I want to know if anything else is trying to get in or out, or if those creatures decide to return. Reese nodded, already busy deploying tiny, almost invisible devices into the surrounding undergrowth. They were clearly designed for stealth and long-term monitoring. For now, Kale said, turning back to us, we will return to your cabin. We'll need to debrief you thoroughly and prepare a more comprehensive report. We will also need to arrange for a larger team to be deployed here. This is a level 3 anomaly, potentially higher, depending on our next data analysis. Level 3 anomaly. The term hung in the air, weighted with unspoken dangers. We retrieved the biological samples Reese had carefully taken from the creature, sealed in sterile bags. We loaded the remainder of our collected stones into a secure container Reese had brought. The dead creature was left where it lay. They didn't have the means to transport its entire bulk covertly. The walk back to the SUV was silent, the return to relative safety a stark relief. We drove back to my cabin, the sense of unreality still clinging to us. The world had irrevocably shifted. The quiet, predictable life of an arborist was gone, replaced by a bewildering, terrifying new reality. Back at the cabin, Kale and Reese began their extensive debriefing. They set up a small, portable workstation on my kitchen table, its screen glowing with data and diagrams. Kale recorded everything, asking precise, detailed questions about every sensation, every observation, every sound. Reese focused on the physical evidence, the stone samples, the biological tissue. These stones, Reese said, holding one up under a microscopic scanner, they are not crystalline in structure, as you initially thought, Mr. Carter. They are a highly condensed, non-organic material, extremely dense, and their atomic structure, it's anomalous. It doesn't conform to any known elements on the periodic table. Non-organic, but they were part of the tree's roots, Dave interjected. They were integrated, not grown, Kale corrected. They act as capacitors, conduits for the energy. And the energy itself, it's not electromagnetic, it's something else entirely. Something capable of manipulating spacetime, as evidenced by the temporal distortion field Reese detected. My head swam with the implications. Spacetime manipulation, extra-dimensional entities, engineered biological protectors. It was a dizzying plunge into the impossible. The debriefing lasted hours, stretching into the early morning. Kale was relentless but fair. She didn't doubt us. She simply extracted every last detail. She explained that our encounter with the voice was significant. It suggested a level of sophisticated ancient sentience. The sorrow and waiting, it might be the consciousness of the conduit itself, or perhaps a residual echo of the entity that had constructed it, or even a message left for those who might find it. We believe these conduits are extremely ancient, Kale explained, leaning back from her console, her eyes focused on us. created by a precursor civilization, or perhaps even a different species entirely that existed long before recorded human history. They built these gateways across the cosmos, but something went wrong. A catastrophic event, a war, a cataclysm that scattered or destroyed their civilization. And these gateways were left behind, I finished, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Precisely, Kale said, lying dormant, waiting for an opportunity to reactivate. The storm that felled your tree, Mr. Carter, may have been that trigger. A sudden release of ground energy, a specific atmospheric pressure, a unique combination of factors, or perhaps your presence there, your initial investigation, provided the catalyst. The thought that we had inadvertently awakened this ancient, terrifying mechanism was a sobering one. As the sun began to rise, painting the cabin windows in pale gray light, Kale finally closed her console. That concludes our initial assessment. We will transmit this data to command. They will dispatch a full containment and research team. This area will become a restricted zone, Mr. Carter. You and Mr. Davies, you are now assets of the Aegis Initiative. Assets, Dave repeated, a hint of unease in his voice. What does that mean for us? It means your lives as you knew them are over, Kale stated, her voice devoid of emotion. You have witnessed something humanity is not ready to comprehend. We cannot risk a breach of secrecy. You will be relocated, provided with new identities, new lives. We will ensure your safety, but your connection to your past, to this town, to your profession, it must be severed. The words hit us like a physical blow. New identities, severed ties, it was too much. Wait, I said, my voice rising. You mean we can't go back to our jobs, to our homes, to our lives? Your lives are no longer safe or tenable, Mr. Carter, Kale replied. Not with this knowledge, not with the potential attention this site might draw. If those creatures return, or if the entity within the portal finds another way to reach you, your safety cannot be guaranteed under normal circumstances. We will offer you protection, new opportunities, a life free from fear, but it must be on our terms. Dave slammed his hand on the table. This is kidnapping. We didn't ask for any of this. We were just doing our jobs. And because you were doing your jobs, Mr. Davies, you have potentially averted a global catastrophe, Kale said, her voice sharp, cutting through his anger. The entity within that portal is not benevolent. Its emergence would have devastating consequences for your world. The Aegis Initiative has dedicated centuries to preventing such events. You are now part of that. Your cooperation is not optional. It is a necessity. Reese, who had been silently packing, looked up. They're right, Dave. They aren't asking. They're telling. And trust me, it's for the best. You don't want to be out there alone when this thing fully reactivates. The cold, hard truth of their words settled over us. We had seen too much. We were too dangerous to let walk away, too valuable to let go. We were caught in a web far larger and more intricate than we could have ever imagined. So what happens now? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, the fight draining out of me. We will arrange for your relocation. Within the next 24 hours, Kale said, her eyes fixed on mine. You will be debriefed further at a secure facility. You will be trained in protocols if you choose to assist us further, or you will simply live out your new lives under our protection. The choice of how involved you become is yours, but the choice to leave is not. It was an ultimatum. Our lives, irrevocably changed, forever bound to the secrets of the Aegis Initiative and the slumbering alien gateway in the Blackwood National Forest. Later that morning, after Kale and Reese had transmitted their reports, Kale received a coded message on a small, encrypted device. She listened intently, her expression hardening. A full containment team is en route, she announced, turning to us. They are deploying heavy equipment, advanced sensory arrays, and specialized personnel. The area around the conduit will be sealed and quarantined. A cover story will be disseminated concerning a highly virulent, newly discovered tree blight. This will keep the Forest Service and the public at bay. And us? Dave asked, his face still grim. You will be extracted before the main team arrives, Kale explained. Reese and I will take you to the nearest secure rendezvous point. From there, you will be flown to a dedicated Aegis facility. Pack only what is absolutely essential, nothing that can tie you to your current identities. The finality of it was crushing. I looked around my cabin, at the familiar worn furniture, the photos on the mantelpiece, the stacks of dendrology texts. All of it, everything that defined Ben Carter, the arborist, was about to be erased. We gathered what little we could, some clothes, my old pocket knife, a worn photograph of my parents. Everything else would be left behind. Dave, equally somber, did the same. The drive to the rendezvous point was surreal. We passed through Willow Creek one last time, the small town bustling with its normal, mundane life. People waved, unaware of the two men sitting in the back of an unmarked SUV, their lives irrevocably altered by a fallen tree. The irony was bitter. The rendezvous point was a remote, disused airstrip, a relic from an old logging operation, now overgrown and barely visible. A sleek black helicopter sat waiting, its rotors slowly turning, kicking up dust and dry leaves. It was utterly silent, clearly a specialized piece of equipment. As we approached, two more figures emerged from the helicopter. They were clad in identical dark uniforms, their faces obscured by polarized visors. They were armed, their movements efficient and professional. Agent Kale, one of them said, their voice filtered through a comms unit. Rendezvous confirmed. Payload secured. Kale nodded. These are Mr. Carter and Mr. Davies. They are coming with us. Provide them with temporary flight suits. We were quickly ushered into the helicopter. The interior was Spartan, functional, with a row of secure seating and more specialized equipment. The hum of the rotors grew louder, then steadily rose in pitch. With a shudder, the helicopter lifted off, gaining altitude quickly. I pressed my face against the window, watching the familiar landscape of the Blackwood National Forest recede below us. It was a patchwork of deep green and brown, scarred by logging roads and dotted with tiny, almost invisible clearings. Somewhere down there, hidden beneath the ancient canopy, lay the sleeping giant, the conduit, surrounded by a new, invisible perimeter of secrets and dangers. As we flew higher, the forest blurred, becoming an endless, rolling carpet. My old life, my old identity, faded with the landscape. I was Ben Carter, arborist, no longer. I was an asset, a witness, a person with no past, hurled into a future I couldn't comprehend. The helicopter gained even more altitude, breaking through a thin layer of clouds. Below us, the world stretched out, vast and indifferent. Above, the stars were beginning to appear, cold and distant, indifferent to the chaos that unfolded beneath them. The journey was long, the destination unknown. We flew for hours, the hum of the helicopter a monotonous drone. Eventually, Kale spoke, her voice breaking the silence. "We are approaching a secure facility," she said, her voice calm and authoritative. "Designation, Site 7. It is one of our primary research and containment facilities. You will be safe there. You will undergo further medical and psychological evaluations, and then your integration process will begin." Integration process. The words were clinical, impersonal. I felt a pang of loss, a profound sadness for the life I had lost, the choices I no longer had. But beneath the sorrow, there was also a flicker of something else, a strange, unsettling curiosity. I had seen the impossible. I had glimpsed a truth that shattered reality. Part of me, the part that had always sought to understand the hidden language of trees, wanted to know more. Wanted to understand the true nature of the conduit, the entities it harbored, the ancient sorrow it broadcast. The helicopter began its descent. Through the window, I saw lights glittering in the darkness, not the scattered lights of a town, but the concentrated, ordered lights of a sprawling complex, carved into the side of a remote, snow-capped mountain range. It was a fortress of concrete and steel, hidden from the world, a monument to secrecy and the unknown. We landed smoothly on a well-lit pad. The air was frigid, thin, and tasted of sterile cold. We were quickly escorted from the helicopter by more silent, uniformed personnel. They led us through a series of blast doors, into a labyrinthine interior of polished corridors and humming machinery. The scale of the operation was staggering, a stark contrast to the rustic simplicity of my old life. We were taken to a medical bay, where a team of doctors and nurses, all with the same quiet efficiency, conducted a thorough examination. They drew blood, took scans, asked a battery of questions that probed not just our physical health, but our mental state. They were searching for any lingering effects of the conduit's energies, any signs of contamination or undue psychological trauma. They were meticulous, precise, and utterly impersonal. After the medical evaluation, we were led to separate rooms. Mine was small, functional, with a bed, a desk, and a single window that looked out onto an interior courtyard. No view of the outside world, no sense of direction. It was a gilded cage, a comfortable prison. Later that evening, Kale visited me in my room. She sat across from me at the small desk, her expression still unreadable. "Mr. Carter, your initial evaluations are complete," she stated. "Physically, you are unharmed. Psychologically, you are remarkably resilient. Many individuals would not cope so well with what you have witnessed." "What choice do I have?" I replied, the bitterness evident in my voice. My life was taken from me. "It was changed, Mr. Carter," Kale corrected, her voice firm. "And it was done to protect you and to protect the world. The knowledge you possess is a burden, but also a profound responsibility. You have a unique insight into the conduit. Your observations are valuable. We would like to offer you a position within the Aegis Initiative." I looked at her, then out at the sterile courtyard. A position, doing what? "Research," she said. "Investigation. You have a keen eye for detail, a deep understanding of natural systems, and a demonstrated ability to remain calm under extreme duress. Your experiences are irreplaceable. We can train you, give you the tools to understand what you have seen, to contribute to our mission." "And if I refuse?" I asked. "Then you will live out your new life, in safety and comfort, far from the dangers of the world you once knew," she replied, her voice softening slightly. "But you will do so without the answers you seek. And I believe, Mr. Carter, that you are a man who needs answers." She was right, the arborist in me, the part that sought patterns and understanding, yearned to unravel the impossible mystery we had stumbled upon. The fear was still there, but it was now tempered by an insatiable curiosity. "And Dave," I asked, "what about him?" "Mr. Davies has expressed a similar, if more reluctant, inclination to join us," Kale stated. "He is being offered a position in logistics and field support. His practical skills and steadfast nature are also valuable." It was a strange, unsettling new chapter. We were no longer Ben Carter and Dave Davies, arborists. We were something new, something unknown, stripped of our past, forged in the crucible of an alien awakening. The next few weeks were a blur of training, debriefings, and immersion into the world of the Aegis Initiative. We learned about their history, their mission, their protocols. We were introduced to a whole lexicon of terms for phenomena that defied conventional science. Psionic resonance, localized spacetime distortions, interdimensional entities, xenobioforms. It was like learning a new language, one that spoke of cosmic horrors and hidden wonders. I spent hours in virtual reality simulations, honing my observational skills, practicing threat assessments against theoretical anomalies. I learned about their specialized equipment, the science behind their dampeners and force fields, the intricacies of their communication systems. I met other agents, other researchers, people from all walks of life, all with their own stories of extraordinary encounters that had led them to this clandestine organization. They were a diverse, intelligent, and often battle-scarred group, united by a common purpose. Dave, meanwhile, took to the logistical training with a grim determination. His innate practicality found a new outlet in the complex world of coordinating anomalous responses, managing secure transports, and maintaining high-tech field gear. He still had his moments of anger, his frustration with the loss of his old life, but he channeled it into his work. One day I was in the research library, a vast, multi-level chamber filled with holographic displays and ancient texts, when I saw a familiar face. Dr. Thorne. He was older than I remembered, his hair now a wild halo of white, but his eyes still sparkled with an almost childlike enthusiasm, despite the grim subject matter. "Ben, my boy," he exclaimed, his voice a raspy whisper as he hobbled towards me, leaning on a polished walking stick. "Good to see you found your calling, shall we say." "Dr. Thorne," I replied, a genuine smile touching my lips for the first time in weeks. "It's good to see you too. So you're part of this initiative, too." "Oh, I'm a consultant, a senior advisor, one of the old guard," he chuckled. "Been poking at these cosmic curiosities for a long time. Heard all about your tree. Fascinating, truly remarkable. The consciousness signature on that one is particularly strong, and the geometric complexity of the emerging entity a rarity." "You seem to know a lot about these things," I said, gesturing around the library. "I've made it my life's work," Thorne confirmed, his eyes alight. "There's so much out there, Ben, so much humanity has forgotten or simply isn't ready to see. But we, the Aegis, we stand watch. We protect the blind from what lurks in the dark corners of reality." He paused, then looked at me, his gaze serious. "You have a gift, Ben, an innate sensitivity to these phenomena. Don't underestimate it. It's why Kale sought you out. You felt the sorrow. You heard the whisper. That connection is rare, and it will be invaluable." The conversation with Thorne cemented my decision. I would embrace this new path, not just because I had to, but because I was compelled. The thirst for knowledge, for understanding the alien truth hidden beneath the familiar veneer of the world, was now a driving force. A few months later, I was no longer a fresh-faced recruit. I was now Agent Carter, a field operative and researcher for the Aegis Initiative. My uniform was no longer an arboreal one, but a sleek, dark protective suit, equipped with advanced sensors and communication gear. My tools were no longer chainsaws and axes, but specialized energy dampeners, temporal field projectors, and a bewildering array of analytical devices. Dave, now Agent Davies, was my steadfast partner once again. He operated the Mobile Command Center, a heavily armored, all-terrain vehicle disguised as a civilian utility truck, coordinating our movements and providing invaluable tactical support. He was still the steady, unflappable presence, but now he faced alien threats instead of falling trees. We had undergone extensive combat training, learning to wield energy weapons and deploy defensive fields against threats far deadlier than any earthly predator. We were no longer helpless bystanders. We were active participants in humanity's silent war. Our first mission as a full-fledged team was to a remote archaeological dig in the Syrian desert, where an ancient artifact, pulsating with an unknown energy, had been uncovered. It was a harrowing experience, involving skirmishes with rogue factions attempting to exploit the artifact, and the terrifying emergence of a swarm of parasitic xenobioforms from a localized dimensional tier. We barely made it out alive, but we succeeded in containing the anomaly. The training continued, mission after mission, each more bizarre and dangerous than the last. We encountered creatures of pure energy, ancient constructs buried beneath modern cities, and strange temporal loops that threatened to unravel reality. Each mission chipped away at my remaining illusions of a mundane world, solidifying my resolve to be part of the solution, not just a victim of circumstance. Then came the call, a Priority 1 directive, flashing red on our secure comms. Agent Carter, Agent Davies, report to command immediately, Cale's voice, as always, crisp and urgent. The Blackwood anomaly has reactivated. My blood ran cold, the conduit, the source of it all. It had finally awakened again. We were briefed in a secure conference room. Cale stood before a holographic display showing the familiar coordinates of the fallen fur. The image pulsed with a faint violet light, the telltale sign of activity. Site 7's long-range sensors detected a significant energy spike from the Blackwood anomaly approximately 3 hours ago, Cale began, her voice grave. It has escalated rapidly. The containment team deployed after your initial discovery is reporting heavy resistance. The Protector creatures are back in greater numbers, and they are far more aggressive. They've breached the outer perimeter. What about the portal? I asked, my voice tight. That's the primary concern, Cale replied, zooming in on the holographic image. The data indicates the dimensional breach is not only fully open, but it's stable, more stable than anything we've ever encountered, and something is attempting to cross through. The image on the display sharpened, showing a spectral, geometric form, vast and indistinct, coalescing within the glowing heartwood of the fallen tree. It was the same monstrous shadow we had seen months ago, but this time it was pushing through with an undeniable, terrifying purpose. The dampeners they deployed are barely holding, Cale continued. We are experiencing severe temporal fluctuations within the immediate vicinity. Command is authorizing full deployment of the containment shield protocol, but we need to buy them time. We need to reinforce the inner perimeter, and if possible, stabilize the temporal distortion around the breach point. We're going back to Blackwood, Dave stated, his face grim, but his eyes alight with grim determination. Yes, Cale confirmed, her gaze sweeping over us. You two have unique experience with this specific anomaly. Agent Carter, your sensitivity to its psionic emanations will be invaluable for understanding its intent. Agent Davies, your logistical support will be critical in a rapidly degrading combat zone. This is a high-risk mission. Failure is not an option. If that entity fully emerges, the consequences are unimaginable. We geared up, our movements efficient, practiced, but underlined with a profound sense of dread. Blackwood National Forest, the place where our old lives died and our new, impossible lives began. The roar of the Aegis transport jet was a visceral thrum against my chest, a stark contrast to the gentle whisper of wind through pines I once knew. Beside me, Dave, now Agent Davies, sat strapped into his seat, his gaze fixed on the strategic map projected onto the cabin wall. His expression was grim, but beneath the tension, I saw the familiar glint of a man ready for action. The days of felling trees felt like a lifetime ago, replaced by a new reality of grappling with interdimensional horrors. Blackwood was no longer just a forest, it was ground zero. The journey was swift, a blur of altitude and speed. Kale sat across from us, her eyes, as always, reflecting a terrifying calm. She reviewed the real-time data feeds flickering across her wrist-mounted console. "The situation is deteriorating," she announced, her voice cutting through the drone of the engines. "Containment Team Alpha is reporting heavy casualties." The xenobioforms are exhibiting enhanced aggression and a surprising adaptability to our current dampening field. The temporal distortion is spreading beyond the initial containment zone. My gut clenched. The thought of those monstrous, furred creatures, now stronger and smarter, sent a cold shiver down my spine. But it was the mention of the temporal distortion that truly unsettled me. That meant the conduit was reaching out, twisting reality around it. "Any updates on the entity?" Dave asked, his voice low. Kale shook her head, still coalescing. "The visual is distorted by the temporal flux, but it appears to be gaining mass. Command believes it's preparing for full emergence." Full emergence, the words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. We were not just going to contain an anomaly, we were going to prevent an invasion. As the jet began its rapid descent, the land below resolved into the familiar, yet now utterly alien, tapestry of the Blackwood National Forest. From this height, the designated anomaly zone was an angry bruise on the landscape, a concentrated patch of swirling, violet-tinged mist visible even through the thick canopy. It pulsed faintly, like a wound that refused to heal. The jet touched down on a hastily prepared camouflaged landing strip miles from the actual site. Even at this distance, I could feel it, a low thrumming that resonated in my bones, a psychic static that tickled the edges of my perception. It was the conduit calling out, its ancient sorrow now laced with a raw, undeniable hunger. We disembarked quickly, met by a small squad of Aegis ground personnel. They were battle-hardened, their faces streaked with grime, their uniforms showing signs of recent conflict. Their eyes held a weary resignation, but their grip on their weapons was firm. They were fighting for their lives. Agent Kale, one of them, a grizzled veteran with a grim scar across his brow, saluted. "Captain Thorne, our compliments. The outer perimeter is compromised in sectors 3 and 5. We're withdrawing to the inner line. Xenobioform activity is heavier than anything we've encountered before. They're organized." Organized, that was a terrifying development. The creatures were learning, adapting. "Casualties?" Kale asked, her voice calm. 3 KIA, 7 wounded, Agent Kale," Thorne replied, his voice flat. "Our dampeners are holding the portal to about 40% emergence, but the energy bleed-through is intense. The temporal distortion is making communication and targeting difficult." "Understood," Kale said, already moving towards a waiting, heavily armored Aegis APC. "Agent Carter, Agent Davies, you're with me. Captain Thorne, consolidate your remaining forces and prepare for secondary containment. We will establish a forward observation and temporal stabilization point near the inner perimeter." Dave and I strapped into the APC, the heavy armor a thin comfort against the palpable dread radiating from the forest. As we sped down a narrow, camouflaged access road, the thrumming intensified, growing into a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the vehicle's chassis. The psychic static in my mind sharpened, coalescing into an insistent, alien whisper. It wasn't the sorrowful lament I'd heard before. This was a jumbled, chaotic chorus of demands, of impatient waiting, and of something vast and terrible stretching its limbs. The entity is projecting its thoughts, Agent Carter, Kale observed, her eyes on me. Can you discern anything? I closed my eyes, focusing through the psychic noise. Images flashed in my mind, impossible geometries, shifting dimensions, a hunger for expansion, for dominance, and a profound, ancient loneliness now twisted into something predatory. It wanted out. It wanted more. It's impatient, I gasped, the words heavy on my tongue. And it's not alone. There are others, echoes, waiting. Kale's jaw tightened. Understood. That confirms our hypothesis of a connected network of conduits. This is not an isolated event. The APC skidded to a halt. The rear ramp hissed open, revealing a scene of utter chaos. We were at the edge of the inner perimeter, a hastily erected barrier of reinforced mesh and flickering energy shields. Beyond it, the forest was an absolute maelstrom. The air crackled with blue energy beams from Aegis weapons and the violet light pulsing from the distant anomaly, now a blinding beacon in the heart of the forest. The ground was churned, trees were splintered, and the acrid scent of ozone and something indescribably foul hung heavy in the air. And the xenobioforms, they were everywhere, massive, dark blurs moving with impossible speed, their green eyes glowing malevolently. They slammed into the energy shields, their claws sparking, their guttural snarls chilling to the bone. They were bigger, stronger, and far more numerous than the single beast we had encountered months ago. Agent Kale, a frantic voice yelled from a nearby comms unit. The shields are failing. They're adapting to the frequency. Roger that, Kale responded, her voice calm, already pulling her specialized energy rifle from its mount. Agent Davies, deploy the temporal stabilizer on that ridge. Agent Carter with me. We need to push through to the breach point. Your sensitivity is our best chance at fine-tuning the dampeners. My sensitivity, I asked, my heart hammering. I don't know how to do that. You are the closest we have to an interface, Ben, Kale stated, her eyes burning with resolve. The conduit broadcasts on a psionic frequency. You have proven receptive. We are going to make you more receptive. She handed me a small, intricate device, a headset with shimmering, almost organic-looking tendrils. This is a psionic amplifier. It will attune your mind to the conduit's emanations, filter the noise, and with luck, allow you to focus its energy for the stabilization field. It will be intense, but necessary. I strapped on the device, the tendrils pressing against my temples. A wave of sensation washed over me, a dizzying surge of alien thoughts and feelings. The hum became a roar, the whispers a deafening scream. I could feel the conduit's vastness, its ancient power, its hunger, and the terror of the entity pushing through. It was overwhelming, a cacophony of impossible data. Focus, Agent Carter. Kale's voice cut through the noise, sharp and clear even against the backdrop of the battlefield. Filter the noise, find the core frequency. I gritted my teeth, fighting the mental assault. It was like trying to find a single note in 1,000 clashing orchestras. But then a flicker, a recurring pattern, a resonant frequency, a deeper, more fundamental hum beneath the chaos. It was the heartbeat of the conduit. Like I think I have it, I gasped, my head throbbing. Good, Kale said, already moving towards the most active section of the perimeter. We're going in. Dave, meanwhile, was already scrambling up the rocky ridge, lugging the heavy temporal stabilizer unit. He was a beacon of practical determination in the swirling chaos. Temporal stabilizer deployed, Agent Kale, he shouted, his voice strained. Activating primary field. A low, resonant thrum emanated from the ridge, a counter-frequency to the conduit's roar. The air shimmered, the visual distortions around the breach point lessened momentarily, offering a terrifyingly clear glimpse of the coalescing entity, a shifting, angular horror, pushing against the fading, dampening field. It's working, Kale yelled, her energy rifle spitting blue bolts that slammed into an advancing xenobioform, sending it sprawling. But not enough. We need to push the dampeners. We moved a rapid, coordinated assault through a breach in the failing energy shields. Kale was a whirlwind of controlled violence, her blue energy beams tearing through xenobioforms with terrifying efficiency. I, armed with a smaller energy pistol, provided covering fire, my shots less precise, but contributing to the overwhelming volume. The psionic amplifier on my head was agony, but it also granted me an almost prescient awareness of the creature's movements, their fleeting intents. I could feel their primitive rage, their programmed loyalty to the conduit. We fought our way through a gauntlet of screeching beasts, their claws raking, their teeth snapping. One of them lunged at me, a massive, furred nightmare, its green eyes blazing. I barely brought my pistol up in time, firing a desperate shot that struck it squarely in the chest. It snarled, stumbled, but kept coming. Suddenly, a blast of blue energy slammed into the creature from the side, sending it spinning into a tree with a sickening crunch. Kale, her face grim, stood beside me. Focus, Agent Carter. We need you at full capacity. We pressed forward towards the core of the anomaly. The violet light was blinding now, the hum of physical force that rattled my bones. The ground vibrated violently, sending tremors through my feet. The metallic, sweet scent was overpowering, laced now with the coppery tang of fresh blood and burnt fur. The breach point was a sight of pure, unfiltered terror. The fallen fir, its bark still writhing with those impossible greenish-blue patterns, was a massive, living gateway. Its exposed heartwood was a swirling vortex of energy, the portal now almost fully stable. Within it, the entity was clearly visible, a colossal, obsidian-like structure of shifting, non-Euclidean geometry, massive and utterly alien. It was slowly, deliberately, forcing its way through, its immense mass grinding against the fabric of our reality. Around the portal, a handful of Aegis containment personnel, battered and bruised, were desperately trying to maintain a ring of portable dampeners. Their faces were etched with exhaustion and terror, their energy weapons firing continuously at the dozens of xenobioforms swarming them. "They're being overrun," Kale yelled. "We need to clear a paths." We plunged into the thick of the fight, Kale a deadly precision instrument, I a less effective but determined backup. The psionic amplifier was feeding me a constant stream of raw data from the conduit and the entity within, a torrent of information that threatened to crack my skull. I could feel the entity's immense age, its vast, patient malevolence, its intention to consume and reshape. And with that, I also felt the sorrow, no longer a lament, but a cold, desolate grief that permeated its very being. It was a hunger born of ancient loss. Suddenly, the ground convulsed. A searing wave of pure energy erupted from the portal, throwing several Aegis agents backwards like rag dolls. The portable dampeners flickered, then died, overwhelmed. The energy shields around the perimeter collapsed with a shower of sparks. The dampeners are down, a frantic voice screamed over the comms. The portal is fully open. The entity within the heartwood pulsed, its obsidian form becoming sharper, more distinct. It was pushing through, its presence chilling the very air, sucking the life out of everything around it. Its surface seemed to absorb all light, yet it pulsed with an internal, terrifying violet glow. It was a behemoth of twisted angles and impossible dimensions, vast beyond comprehension, yet still confined for now to the opening of the portal. "This is it," Kale yelled, her voice strained. "Reese, initiate full temporal stabilization on my mark. Agent Carter, focus. We need to modulate the core frequency." Reese, coordinating from the APC via comms, was already responding. "Stand by, Agent Kale, initiating stabilization sequence." I closed my eyes, the psionic amplifier screaming in my head. I pushed past the pain, past the overwhelming chaos of the entity's consciousness, searching for that resonant hum, the core frequency of the conduit itself. It was a desperate gamble, a frantic attempt to find the singular note in a symphony of cosmic horror. I found it, a deep, steady throb, like a primeval drum. It was the conduit's fundamental resonance, the secret language of the structure itself. "I have it," I shouted, my voice raw. "The frequency is epsilon 7 gamma, modulate for dampening." "Confirmed, epsilon 7 gamma," Reese's voice crackled over the comms. "Initiating full-spectrum temporal dampening, brace for feedback." A colossal wave of focused energy slammed outwards from Dave's stabilizer on the ridge. It was a high-frequency whine that vibrated through every cell in my body, a counterwave designed to unravel the temporal distortions. The air around the portal shimmered violently, then began to settle. The violet light from the slab below the tree dimmed, and the greenish-blue patterns on the bark slowed, freezing into static alien glyphs. The entity within the portal screamed, not a sound in the traditional sense, but a psychic shriek of pure, agonizing frustration and pain that ripped through my mind, through the psionic amplifier, threatening to tear my consciousness apart. Its immense, geometric form recoiled, shaking, as if struggling against an invisible, crushing force. The portal, now stable but diminished, visibly contracted. "It's working," Kale yelled, her face illuminated by the now-controlled violet glow. "The temporal field is stabilizing. The breach is shrinking." But the xenobioforms were not affected by the temporal field. They were enraged, no longer simply attacking, but focused now on destroying the source of the dampening. Dozens of them turned, their green eyes fixed on Reese's position on the ridge. "They're charging the stabilizer," a comms voice screamed. "Agent Davies is exposed." Dave, in his role as Agent Davies, was not a combat specialist, but he was fiercely loyal and incredibly brave. He stood by the stabilizer, a pistol in one hand, the other on the controls, desperately trying to maintain the field while fending off the first wave of creatures. But they were too many. "Dave," I screamed, a primal fear seizing me. Kale spun. "Agent Carter, cover Agent Davies. I'll hold the line here." I didn't hesitate. My energy pistol felt like a toy, but I fired, scrambling towards the ridge. The psionic amplifier was still screaming. My head felt like it was splitting, but the focus was now clear. Protect Dave. As I ran, weaving through the chaos, I saw a massive xenobioform leap onto the ridge, its claws tearing at the stabilizer unit. Dave fired, hitting it in the shoulder, but the creature barely flinched, its focus solely on destroying the device. Another beast lunged at Dave himself. I brought up my pistol, aiming for the head of the creature attacking Dave. A blue bolt slammed into its skull. It roared, momentarily stunned, allowing Dave to shove it away. But then a third xenobioform, larger than the others, launched itself from the tree line, straight at the stabilizer. There was no time to reload, no time for another energy shot. My training, my instincts took over. I pulled the small, multi-purpose combat knife from my utility belt, a last-ditch tool, feeling utterly ridiculous. But the psionic amplifier was still feeding me data. I could feel the creature's intent, its trajectory, its vulnerable points. I lunged not at the creature, but at the stabilizer. As the beast slammed into the unit, intending to shatter it, I shoved Dave away, just as its massive claws sliced through the air where his head had been. The creature's momentum carried it past Dave, straight towards me. Its green eyes were fixed on me, its maw open, revealing rows of dagger-like teeth. I twisted, ducking under its charge, and with a desperate primal cry, plunged my knife into a point I had sensed through the amplifier, the soft tissue just behind its shoulder, where the neck joined the torso. The creature shrieked, a sound of agony and surprise, stumbling past me, its momentum carrying it over the edge of the ridge into the dark ravine below. I gasped, reeling from the adrenaline, my knife still clutched in my hand. Dave, shaken but alive, stared at me, then at the ravine. "Ben, you killed it." "Agent Davies, the stabilizer." Kale's voice cut through the comms, urgent. "Maintain the field. We're losing ground at the portal." Dave didn't hesitate. He scrambled back to the stabilizer, his hands flying across the controls, his face grimly determined. The high-frequency whine intensified, holding the temporal field, keeping the portal from expanding. I, meanwhile, was fighting a new battle. The psionic amplifier, having just channeled my adrenaline-fueled intent and the raw, dying agony of the xenobioform, short-circuited. A searing pain ripped through my head, a flash of white light, and then everything went dark. I awoke to the distant, rhythmic thrumming of the conduit, a dull ache in my skull, and the metallic tang of ozone in my mouth. My eyes fluttered open. I was in the APC, lying on a cot, a medical patch on my temple. Dave sat beside me, his uniform still grimy, but his eyes relieved. Kale stood over us, her expression still unreadable, but a faint hint of satisfaction in her gaze. "Agent Carter," Kale said, her voice softer than usual. "You're awake. Impressive. You took down a xenobioform with a combat knife. Your psionic sensitivity appears to have a more active component than previously theorized." I pushed myself up, my head swimming. "Dave, the stabilizer, the portal." "Stabilized," Dave confirmed, a weary smile on his face. "Thanks to you, Ben, your frequency modulation worked, the temporal field held, and the knife, I saw you. You just knew where to hit it." Kale nodded. "Indeed, the entity within the portal is now in a state of stasis. Its emergence has been temporarily halted. The Aegis containment team is reinforcing the inner perimeter, and a new, more powerful dampening field is being established. We have bought ourselves time." "Temporarily?" I asked, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. "It's not over." "Never truly over, Agent Carter," Kale replied, her voice firm. "These conduits exist. They connect to vast, unknown dimensions. We can only contain them, monitor them, and prevent full emergence. But this particular conduit, it's different, more resilient, more intelligent." She looked at me, her eyes piercing. "Your actions today were critical. The psionic amplifier didn't just filter the conduit's signal, it fed your intent directly into the temporal stabilization field. You weren't just a receiver, Agent Carter. You became a conduit yourself. You channeled its energy, its core frequency, to counter the entity's emergence. I stared at her, the implications staggering. I had somehow, intuitively, wielded the power of the alien conduit. My head, it felt like it was going to explode, I said, touching the patch on my temple. The psionic amplifier overloaded, Kale explained. It wasn't designed for such an intense two-way interaction, but it confirms a crucial hypothesis. Your unique sensitivity to the conduit's emanations, your ability to feel its sorrow, its waiting, means you share a fundamental resonance with it. It's almost as if it recognizes you, or something within you. Recognizes me. The words resonated with the echo of the alien whisper, the profound loneliness. What was the connection? Why me? What happens now? Dave asked, cutting through my thoughts. Now the Aegis Initiative commits its full resources to this site, Kale stated. The Blackwood anomaly is no longer merely a contained threat. It is a Priority 1 research objective. We need to understand its true nature, its origins, and how to permanently neutralize it. And you too, Agent Carter, Agent Davies, are at the forefront of that effort. Your unique experiences and proven capabilities are irreplaceable. The APC rumbled, beginning to move. We were retreating from the immediate combat zone, but not from the fight. This was just the beginning of a much larger, more complex battle. Over the next several weeks, Site 7 became our new base of operations, but our minds were consumed by the Blackwood anomaly. A colossal, covert Aegis facility was rapidly constructed around the conduit, a veritable fortress of advanced technology and scientific inquiry. Massive energy dampeners, gravimetric field projectors, and a bewildering array of sensors were deployed, creating a multi-layered containment zone. The official cover story of a virulent tree blight was widely disseminated, sealing off the entire region from public access. Dave, now Agent Davies, thrived in this environment. He was the logistical linchpin of the Blackwood containment. His meticulous planning, his knack for organization, and his unwavering practicality were invaluable in coordinating the influx of personnel and equipment. He oversaw the deployment of new, more powerful xenobioform deterrents and perimeter defenses, ensuring that no creature could breach the containment zone. He was no longer just a partner. He was a vital part of the operation, his face grimly determined, his eyes constantly scanning for the next challenge. Agent Carter, was immersed in a different kind of challenge. My psionic sensitivity, though taxing, was deemed too valuable to ignore. Under the guidance of Dr. Thorne, who is now permanently stationed at the Blackwood facility, I underwent rigorous training to control and amplify my abilities. The psionic amplifier that had almost fried my brain was replaced by a more advanced, integrated neural interface. It allowed me to not just passively receive the conduit's emanations, but to actively probe them, to listen with my mind. It was an agonizing process. The conduit's consciousness was a tempest of alien thought, ancient memories, and profound, desolate sorrow. I learned to navigate its mental landscape, discerning patterns, identifying core programs, and most terrifyingly, understanding the intent of the entity trapped within the portal. The entity which Aegis scientists designated the Architect was not just trying to emerge. It was actively trying to force the conduit to open further, to facilitate a full-dimensional breach. Its consciousness was a cold, calculating intelligence, layered with an ancient, unbearable grief that fueled its relentless drive for egress. It was a fragment of a lost civilization, a desperate survivor seeking escape, or perhaps seeking to complete a task millennia in the making. It perceives the conduit as a tool, Ben, Dr. Thorne explained during one of our grueling sessions. A gate, but the conduit itself, it's more than that. It possesses a nascent, emergent sentience, a memory of its creators, perhaps, or a primal fear of its own purpose. The sorrow, I murmured, remembering the overwhelming feeling. That's the conduit itself, isn't it? Its regret, its loneliness. Thorne nodded, his eyes bright with scientific fascination. Precisely. It longs for its creators, for its original purpose, but it also fears the architect. It knows what will happen if the gate fully opens. And your unique resonance with it, your ability to feel its emotions, that's what gives us an edge. You are its voice, Ben, its only connection to our world, and perhaps its only hope. My role shifted. I became the conduit's interpreter, its confidant. Hours were spent in a secure, shielded chamber, connected to the neural interface, my mind wrestling with the alien consciousness of the ancient structure. I learned that the conduit had been dormant for untold millennia, powered by the very ley lines of the earth, a symbiotic relationship it had formed over vast stretches of time. The falling of the fur, the opening of the wound, had been its reluctant awakening, and my initial touch, my attempt to understand its blank wood, had been the spark that drew the architect's attention across dimensions. The xenobioforms we discovered were not just guards. They were a part of the conduit itself, a defense mechanism, a bioengineered immune system that emerged from specialized root nodes when the conduit sensed a threat. They were the conduit's claws and teeth, programmed to protect it from anything that would force it open prematurely, or from external threats that might try to exploit it. One evening, after an especially draining session, Kale entered the chamber. Her expression was even more serious than usual. "Agent Carter," she began, her voice devoid of its usual clinical detachment. "We have new data from the temporal distortion field. The architect is pushing harder. Its emergence is accelerating, despite our dampeners. The conduit is weakening. We have perhaps 72 hours before a critical breach." 72 hours, I repeated, my blood running cold. What can we do? "Our current containment protocols are insufficient," Kale admitted, a rare hint of frustration in her voice. "We need a more direct solution. Command has authorized Project Chimera." I looked at her, then at Dr. Thorne, who stood nearby, his face grim. "What is Project Chimera?" "A desperate measure, Ben," Thorne explained, his voice low. "If we cannot prevent the architect from forcing the conduit open, we must force the conduit to close itself, permanently." "How?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "By amplifying its internal conflict," Kale answered. "The conduit fears the architect, yet it is bound by its ancient programming to serve as a gateway. Your connection, Agent Carter, is unique. You have resonated with its sorrow, its reluctance. We believe you can use that connection to influence it, to awaken its self-preservation instinct, to force it to sever its connection to the architect and close the portal from within." "You want me to talk to it?" I asked, disbelief warring with a terrifying realization. "More than talk," Kale clarified. "We need you to become a fully integrated interface. We need you to guide its innate resistance, to amplify its fear of the architect, to make it choose to shut down, even if that means its own death or permanent dormancy." "But if I do that, if it closes from within, what happens to the architect?" It will be severed from the conduit, trapped between dimensions, unable to fully emerge, Thorne explained. It would be an agonizing and likely permanent end to its attempt. The weight of their request was immense. I was not just an arborist, not just an agent. I was being asked to become a weapon, to wage a psychic war against an ancient, alien intelligence, using another ancient, alien intelligence as my medium. It will be incredibly dangerous, Ben, Kale warned. Integrating your consciousness with the conduit at that level, it could overwhelm you. You could lose yourself in its sorrow, or be consumed by the architect's malevolence. We have no guarantee you'll emerge unscathed, or even emerge at all. But it's our only chance, Thorne added, his gaze unwavering. The only way to save our world. I thought of Dave, of my lost life, of the silent, waiting forest. I had seen the beauty of the trees, and now I had seen the horror hidden beneath. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I couldn't walk away. This was my responsibility. I'll do it, I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. Kale nodded, a flicker of something that might have been approval in her eyes. Good, we will begin the preparations immediately. The next 72 hours were a whirlwind of intense training and agonizing preparation. I underwent neural conditioning, psychic strengthening exercises, and countless simulations. The neural interface was enhanced further, connecting directly to my brain stem to allow for an unprecedented level of integration. Dave, in his role as Agent Davies, was constantly at my side, ensuring my physical well-being, running diagnostics on the interface, and offering words of encouragement that were both practical and deeply personal. Just remember, Ben, he said one evening as I stared at the sterile walls of my preparation chamber. You're still Ben Carter, the arborist. You know trees, you know how they work. This thing, this conduit, it's just a really old, really weird tree, and you're going to tell it what to do. His attempt at humor was thin, but it grounded me. The final phase of Project Chimera was set to commence as the 72-hour countdown reached its critical point. The Blackwood facility was a hive of activity, agents moving with grim purpose, scientists making last-minute adjustments, the air thick with tension. I was led to the central observation chamber, a heavily shielded room overlooking the containment zone. Through a massive, reinforced window, I could see the fallen fir, illuminated by an array of powerful floodlights. It was a terrifying sight. The entire tree, from its gnarled bark to its exposed heartwood, pulsed with a violent, violet glow, now emanating directly from the portal itself. The greenish-blue patterns on the bark writhed and twisted with frantic speed, like a dying organism in its death throes. Within the heartwood, the portal was a gaping maw, wider and more stable than ever before. The architect, a colossal, shifting mass of impossible geometry and obsidian darkness, was almost fully emerged. Its presence filled the clearing, chilling the air, radiating an aura of ancient, desolate power. It was like staring into the abyss itself. The architect is at 87% emergence. Kale's voice, amplified through the comms, was grim. Gravitational anomalies are off the charts. Temporal distortion is reaching critical levels. The containment field is failing. The conduit's internal resistance is at its lowest point, Ben, Dr. Thorne added, his voice strained. It's being overwhelmed. This is your window. It's now or never. I was strapped into a complex chair, the neural interface settling onto my scalp, its tendrils extending, making direct contact with my brain. Dave stood by a console, running diagnostics, his face pale but resolute. Agent Davies, monitor vital signs and psychic feedback, Cale commanded. Agent Carter, prepare for full integration. Remember your training, find its sorrow, amplify its fear, make it choose. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. The familiar hum of the conduit was a deafening roar in my mind, now tinged with the cold, calculating presence of the architect, whose consciousness was a vast, malevolent hunger for expansion. But beneath that, a fragile, desperate lament, the sorrow, the loneliness, the conduit's soul. Activating full integration, Dave's voice, distant and tinny, reached me. A jolt like pure electricity coursed through my mind. My consciousness expanded, merging with the conduits. I was no longer just Ben Carter. I was the tree, the roots, the stone, the ancient sentinel, connected to the very ley lines of the earth. I felt its immense age, its patient waiting, its connection to the silent, watching forest, and I felt its terror. The architect's presence was overwhelming, a crushing weight of alien thought, pushing, forcing, demanding egress. It projected images into my mind, into the conduit's mind, vast, desolate landscapes of impossible stars, shattered worlds, an endless, lonely void. It spoke of its history, its fall, its desperate need to escape this dimensional prison, to rebuild, to consume. It promised power, knowledge, a place among the cosmos. It was a siren song of oblivion. But then, through the cacophony, I focused on the conduit's lament, its memory of simpler times, of symbiotic life, of quiet growth, its fear of being twisted, of being used as a weapon, a gateway for destruction. I pushed back against the architect's psychic assault, not with force, but with the conduit's own sorrow. I flooded its consciousness, amplified its fear, its profound desire for dormancy, for peace. I showed it what the architect would do: destroy the forest, consume the world, leave nothing but desolation. The mental battlefield raged. The architect, sensing my interference, turned its attention to me, a sudden, searing lance of pure malevolence aimed directly at my consciousness. It was a pain unlike anything I had ever known, a soul-crushing agony that threatened to annihilate me. Ben, his vitals are crashing. Dave's frantic voice echoed in the real world. Psychic feedback is spiking. Cale's voice, sharp and urgent. Hold on, Agent Carter. He's fighting you, architect. Don't let go. I gritted my teeth, ignoring the pain, focusing on the conduit's longing for peace. I became its will, its desire to simply be, not to be a gate for cosmic horror. I found the core of its being, the ancient, quiet arborist within its non-biological heart, and I gave it a choice. Close yourself, I projected, my will intertwined with its own. Sever the connection, return to sleep, be free of the hunger, be free of the sorrow, be free of the architect. The conduit pulsed, a vast, ancient entity grappling with its destiny. I felt its hesitation, its primal fear, its longing, and then I felt its decision, a surge of defiant, self-destructive will. With a mental shriek that echoed across dimensions, the ancient conduit ripped itself apart. A wave of pure, raw energy slammed into my mind, a supernova of alien thought and desperate, primal agony. It wasn't a sound, but a tearing, a rending of fundamental reality. The architect shrieked, a psychic scream of fury and disbelief, as the connection, its lifeline to this dimension, snapped. I felt its immense, ancient presence recoil, trapped like a hand caught in a closing door, before being violently, irrevocably severed. The mental battle ended not with a victory, but with a catastrophic, internal implosion. In the physical world, the reaction was immediate and cataclysmic. Through the massive reinforced window of the observation chamber, I saw the blackwood anomaly convulse. The massive, fallen fir, which had been a pulsating beacon of violet and greenish-blue light, shuddered. The writhing patterns on its bark spasmed, then froze, dimming rapidly. The overwhelming violet glow from the portal in its heartwood flared one last, blinding white, then contracted with impossible speed. The architect, the colossal, obsidian-like entity that was almost fully emerged, let out a silent, psychic roar of rage and despair as the gateway slammed shut around it. Its impossible geometry twisted, buckled, and then with a soundless implosion that seemed to rip the air itself, it was gone. The heartwood of the ancient fir, moments before a swirling vortex of interdimensional horror, became still, smooth, and utterly blank once more. The massive wound in reality had been stitched shut. The sudden cessation of the conduit's power, the abrupt severing of the dimensional breach, created a devastating feedback loop. The entire containment zone erupted. The colossal energy dampeners, pushed beyond their limits, overloaded with deafening roars and showers of sparks. Gravitational field projectors flickered and died. The ground beneath the facility buckled, groaning under the sudden shift in local spacetime. Ben's psychic feedback is critical. His vitals are flatlining. Dave's voice, a desperate, raw shout, pierced through the physical chaos and the lingering mental echoes of the architect's final, silent scream. I felt myself falling, my consciousness a fractured mirror. The last thing I heard was Kale's calm, yet urgent, command: containment breach, emergency medical team to Agent Carter. Agent Davies, maintain the field. Then darkness, a profound, absolute void, devoid of all light, all sound, all sensation. I was adrift in an endless ocean of nothingness, the echoes of alien sorrow and ancient hunger slowly fading into an almost imperceptible hum. I woke to the soft, rhythmic beep of a medical monitor and the faint, antiseptic scent of a sterile room. My head throbbed, a dull, persistent ache that resonated deep within my skull. My body felt heavy, profoundly weary, as if I had been running a marathon across dimensions. I opened my eyes slowly. The room was white, impersonal, yet flooded with a soft, natural light from a large window. Beyond the window, I saw not the sterile courtyard of Site 7, but a vibrant green forest. Sunlight filtered through tall pines, dappling the forest floor. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the clean scent of pine and damp earth. It was blackwood, but a version of it infused with a profound, almost sacred tranquility. "Benz, you're awake." Dave's voice, soft and relieved, pulled me fully back. He sat beside my bed, his face pale, but his eyes were warm and full of genuine concern. He wore a simple, civilian shirt, a stark contrast to the tactical gear I was used to seeing him in. "Dave," I croaked, my throat dry. My voice sounded weak, foreign to my own ears. What happened? The architect, the conduit." He reached out and gently squeezed my arm. "You did it, Ben. You closed it. You shut it down. The architect, it's gone. Trapped. Severed. The portal is sealed. Forever." A wave of profound relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought tears to my eyes. The weight, the pressure of that immense responsibility was finally lifted. "How long?" I began, my gaze sweeping around the peaceful room. 3 weeks, Dave supplied. "You've been in a medically induced coma. Your mind, it needed time to heal. Kale and Thorne said it was a miracle you even made it back. They called it a full psychic integration and severance. They didn't think your consciousness would survive." I tried to sit up, but a wave of dizziness forced me back against the pillows. Dave immediately pressed a button, and within moments, Dr. Thorne hobbled into the room, his wild white hair even more disheveled than usual, his eyes alight with a mix of scientific curiosity and genuine warmth. Kale, equally subdued in a simple field uniform, followed him, her usually impenetrable expression softened by a hint of relief. "Ben, my boy, a true marvel," Thorne exclaimed, patting my arm with surprising gentleness. "Your neural activity, the sheer resilience of your mind, simply extraordinary. The raw psychic feedback you processed would have shattered a lesser man. You truly became one with the conduit, Ben, and you guided it to choose its own fate." "So it chose to die?" I asked, a pang of sadness in my chest. Kale stepped forward. "Not death, Agent Carter. Dormancy. Profound, irreversible dormancy. You convinced it to sever its connection to the interdimensional network, to shut down its energy core, to enter a state of inert slumber. It responded to your will, to your empathy for its sorrow. It chose peace over its original purpose." "And the xenobioforms?" I inquired, remembering the monstrous creatures. "Dispersed," Kale replied. "When the conduit ceased functioning, their energy source vanished. They simply faded. Our analysis indicates they were not true biological entities in the conventional sense, but constructs of the conduit's own energy, given temporary physical form. They reverted to their base components once the life force was removed." "And Blackwood?" I asked, my gaze drifting to the window. "Secure," Kale stated. "The containment facility remains, but it's now a research outpost. The area around the conduit itself has been heavily shielded, buried, and placed under perpetual surveillance. No one will ever disturb it again. The official cover story about the tree blight has been gradually phased out. The public believes a rare mineral deposit caused some localized anomalies. Our work here is concluded." Thorne then leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eye. "But your work, Ben, is just beginning. Your abilities, they've evolved. You are no longer just sensitive. You are a true scion, a bridge between worlds, as it were. And Agent Davies here, he's been remarkably diligent in your absence." Dave blushed slightly. Someone had to keep the paperwork straight, Ben, and make sure the coffee was still decent. "The Aegis Initiative has restructured its approach," Kale explained, her voice regaining its professional edge. "Your actions at Blackwood have proven that raw power isn't always the answer. Empathy, understanding, and a unique connection to these phenomena can be far more effective. We need individuals like you, Agent Carter. Individuals who can understand, not just fight." "So what happens now?" I asked, looking at Dave, then at Kale and Thorne. The future, once a terrifying unknown, now felt vast, open, filled with new purpose. "Now you recover fully," Kale said, "and then when you're ready, you will be offered a new role, a leadership role at the forefront of our symbiotic engagement division, a division dedicated to understanding and, where possible, harmonizing with these anomalous entities rather than simply containing them. You are uniquely qualified for this, Ben. You walked into the heart of an ancient sorrow and brought it peace." I looked out the window again at the sun-dappled forest. It was a forest, yes, but now it held a deeper meaning. It was a place where the veil between worlds had thinned, where ancient secrets had been revealed, and where I, Ben Carter, the arborist, had found a new, impossible calling. My old life was gone, but in its place, a life of profound significance had begun. The woods had always whispered secrets to me. Now I understood their language and 1,000 others besides. I was no longer just an arborist. I was a guardian, a sentinel of the hidden world, and I was ready.